Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to another week, another edition here of the WardiTV WardiTV Monday number 62, your weekly dose of open StarCraft. Here we go. Welcome one and all. I'm of course your VIP. With me, I'm joined by these amazing players, by the Boom Chat, and by my plushies as well. Welcome one and all. This is a little bit different. This is a replay cast. For those that are maybe a little bit newer to the channel, we would live cast this every single week on Monday, but over the past month of play, basically ever since daylight savings, we have not been covering this event, as it does start very late. It starts at like 11 p.m. here, 11 p.m. in Australia. It does start very late, and because of that, it's a little bit less viable for us to stay up until 4 or 5 a.m. in the morning to cover the event. So instead, replays are the go-to here, so we're able to bring it to you live here at this hour instead of the live timing here on a Monday. Instead, we're live here on a Thursday. Let's go. let's go, Bible, let's go. So we do have those replays, we do have those matches, and here we go. We do have our initial series. It's going to be a best of 3 between Shin and herO. Really cool to see herO competing here. herO, he's a little bit more irregular when it comes to when he does sign up for these open cups, so really curious to see how he does compare. He's often a very unique player in his own right and does at times do things his own way, so we'll see how he compares to Shin, who has been a little bit more on a tear, especially in ZVP. It's a matchup that has changed quite a bit in the latest patch and the latest map pool. There's a lot to get into. For now, let's jump in. Game 1 is going to be on Tourmaline. Let's go. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Tourmaline, we have the South Korean Zerg player. We have the Blue Zerg representing Weibo Gaming. WBG, it is Shin. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the Red Protoss player from the land of the Netherlands. It is herO, Shopify Rebellion. Here we go. We're jumping in our first series here of the broadcast. It's going to be that PVZ, and what we just spoke about here is going to be very applicable to Tourmaline. So in ZVP, the current map pool here is much more open, much more aggressive, much more exposed bases, and as a result, we do see a lot of 3 base all-ins, especially on Tourmaline, which is the most accessible map in the map pool. Not the shortest map, I believe that is going to 10,000 feet, but here it's very accessible. We have a very large entrance here at the natural. We have a very large entrance at the third base as well, because that German taxis, Ling, Bane, Hydra all-ins, Lair Tech all-ins, killing workers early on at 3 base saturation is the go-to. We've seen it time and time again, and we'll see if we see it again here from Shin. We'll see if Shin does embrace that more aggressive all-in style. Now, we have seen a shift in the meta in regards to Protoss side of things. We have seen Protoss players embrace high-tech builds less. It used to be very meta to go Stargate opener in towards a third base into +1 and into Forge and into +1 and Blink, Forge and Blink, Forge and Twilight Council, in towards Storm, then into Sky Toss and Turtle up on 4 bases. But that is less viable, especially on a map like Tourmaline. So we should be seeing, for example, earlier Blink. We should be seeing instead staying on a more Robo kind of Archon-based composition, slowly building up on 3 bases before getting a 4th base instead. If not just getting on 3 bases and being aggressive instead. So we'll see how herO does adjust. I really like how Showtime has been approaching PVZ. Like, he has had a lot more success, and it shows, and I was very impressed with his performance against Reynor in Kung Fu Cup. We'll see how herO adjusts his approach instead. Show us what you got. Likewise, I mean, he could even just be aggressive himself. True. Going into Glaives, going into early blink, going to charge. Does have his own aggressive options. Speaking of aggressive, there it is. Twilight Council opener out of Hearthstone. This is very out of fashion, very out of favor, very out of meta nowadays. So this is a really bold move out of Hearthstone. He does pull out of gas quite heavily, actually. I was going to say, if he only pulls 1 and 1 out of gas, it should be Glaive Adepts, but he pulls 2 and 2 out of gas. Are we going into a charge all in? To have so little gas mining here, it would make sense that we only want to make the bare minimum for Zealot legs for charge and then get into just purely Zealot production. And speaking of, we are pulling out. We are cutting at 132. We still have one more. Okay, we're still mining a little bit of gas, and okay, it is still going to be Glaives. It's going to be Glaives, but this is a very different variation. So typically, when you keep 2 and 2 in gas geysers, when you have 4 mining gas, you go into Glaive Adepts, you go into a 4-gate setup, and you throw down a Robo to reinforce with a Warp Prism. This, because we have less gas to work with, no Robo, no Warp Prism, so no way to reinforce across the map. We're going to be warping it at home instead. So this is a unique variation of Glaive Adepts without Warp Prism support. Oh, with a third. Now we see why. Jeez, I would just pull the boys. Sorry, I was just so focused on Hearthstone. We're just going for a Link Flood. We're pulling the boys. Shin is going for the all-in, and he will surround one of the Adepts. Yeah, that's surrounded the drones that do get past. They do disrupt. They ensure there is no wall, and they flood in. So again, I was so fixated on Hearthstone's build, which was more unique, but Shin, he just pulled the boys. He just made nothing but links. He did not drone up, he did not saturate, and he is here to end the game. A couple of boys are being pulled here for Hearthstone, but last thought, the pylon. Pylon's gonna go down. No more warp ins, nothing here at the low ground. GG gets called, and Shin takes game number 1. GG. GG, well played. I do apologize. Again, I was so fixated on Hearthstone's unique build, which was crazy, by the way. Sorry, winding it back. So now okay. So he pulled out a gas a little earlier, which made sense considering he wasn't going for the Robo, he wasn't going for the Prism, he had extra minerals mining instead, and he used those minerals to get into a faster third base. Really interesting build. But he went for the forward third, which was crazy. It was insane. I'm just thinking of it like in a standard game state, in a standard game scenario. That forward third base is so vulnerable and so exposed. If a counterattack were to occur, it would shut it down. Obviously, the purpose of that third base is to hide the build, is to help hide it, to help make sure that Shin is unaware as to what's going on. Of course, Shin just went for his own all-in. I was expecting 3 base all-in, but no, he just pulled the boys on 1.5 bases and just sent it across the map. No fear. GG, well played with that way. Getting into game number 2, and we'll see if Hearthstone can pose a threat or if Shin will claim the series. Spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of the Old Republic, we have the Blue Zerg player, himself representing Weibo Gaming, WBG. It is Shin. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the red Protoss player, representing Shopify Rebellion from the land of the Netherlands. It is Hearthstone. Here we go. Let's lock in. Yeah. As we are going to be looking to move out. And welcome to the Old Republic. The Old Republic is also a very we're kind of rushing. I was going to say the Old Republic is also a very exposed map. It does make it very difficult to defend and turtle up on 4 bases. So 3 base aggression is more favored here on the Old Republic. Meanwhile, we have Hearthstone coming in with should be a cannon rush. Let's go. Pylon gets thrown down. We're setting up for the cannons. At the same time, Shin, he currently is unaware, but the Overlord will confirm. So second Overlord does move down to low ground. Second probe has arrived, and Shin will see everything. He sees 1, he sees 2 probes, the pylon, and the follow-up. Shin, he does pull a couple of boys. Behind this, going for his hatch gas pull. Standard opener out of Shin. Boys have arrived. Jesus, we pull even more. This is a bit of a delayed reaction out of Shin. We'll see if he can focus this down. He's actually going for the gateway. Okay. Nice service area on the gateway. The second cannon is going to be within range here of the hatchery. True. First cannon will finish up. More boys are being pulled, and yeah, this was a late reaction here. Like, we're not achieving anything. We don't force a cancel. One probe does get killed. Oh, doesn't get the other. And with that, Shin is in a really awkward position. I say awkward position, I mean, he should lose his base. The gas is just now being taken, so no roaches. And the low ground should go down. Now we can see he's trying to mine as best he can, but there we go, does pull away. Thankfully the cannons can't really deny mining here in the mineral line. They don't deny. Shin is going to be scouting. It is going to be a Cybercore follow-up, and Hearthstone can expand behind this. We'll see. We'll see if he expands. We'll see if he commits. As Shin, he's going to be getting into his own roaches. With this, he will eventually break out, which is why I'm curious to see, do we go for the Stargate or the Robo? Cybercore is done. We'll see what Hearthstone goes for. Goes to the Nexus. Ooh, this is risky. He's going for the Nexus here before any further tech. Roaches are about to pop out, and Shin can break out across the map. Based on the cannon positioning here, Shin technically, I think he can kill the pylon and then just squeeze out without having to deal with this, but it looks like he will commit to Ravagers. He will deal with this proxy first. Has the gateway is still quite low. Interesting. Oh. Oh no! Yeah, there we go. Yeah, the Roach taking a lot of hits, taking a lot of damage. And it's a very clutch hold position micro. Ravagers. The gateway is going to go down. Back at home, Stargate is on the way. This does put Shin on a timer. Once the Void Ray arrives, the Void Ray will defend. Oh no! Oh my god. Clutch control. Shin barely keeps all the roaches alive. Oh my god. Calm down, Shin. Calm down. And Shin, he won't lose a single Ravager yet. There's still a Stalker, of course, but he will clean this up. And Shin is droning. Shin, he's droning, he's saturating. Now, getting into the early game here, I still do give the edge to Hearthstone. Hearthstone, he has better saturation, the better economy. Ooh, kills one Roach. And Shin is rushing into the lair. Now, from here, we can go into a Nidus, we can go into Roach Speed. Curious to see how Shin recovers from here, if at all. Lord, of course, to confirm that there are oracles on the way. Shin has got his two queens in the main. But again, Shin is in a rough position. He is getting ready to Maynard. True. Spore repositions to the low ground. Oh. As Oracle dives in, there's an opening. Oh. And gets one. Gets one, gets up to two. No, not even a bit of miscontrol there out of Hearthstone. Meanwhile, it is going to be Roach Hydra. Now we see what the lair was for. Hydra Den is on the way. Spores in position. And Shin expands. Okay. Shin gets his natural. Now he has to fight for his third. Third base is now on the way. And we're still in a really awkward game state. I still do prefer Hearthstone's position. Behind this is going for a Gateway Explosion, Twilight Council, no Forge. This looks like Massclave Adepts. That would be a really good way to just close the game out. Just to rush across the map and wreak havoc economically. But we'll see. Going into Blink. Okay. Going into Ling instead. Of course, the Overseer is unaware as to what's being upgraded. unaware. So Oracles, they will be able to get a cancel. Their base is denied. Shin's still stuck on 2 bases. Now, he may just turn this into a 2-base all-in. That might have to just be the go-to. It's a difficult kind of situation just because herO is going for his own aggressive build. herO's got 5 gates. And Shin is still recovering. As herO is getting an extra gateway, getting more warp ins. He starts +1. Ooh, this is rough. So, herO starting +1 here tells us that he believes that he cannot kill anymore. So he's second guessing himself. He's getting ready for a later game state. If that's the case, then +1 should have been started earlier, right? +1 should have been an earlier upgrade. Getting it now tells us that herO wants to tech up. He wants to probe. He wants to saturate. There we go. Gases are being taken, working towards splash damage, whether it's Storm, whether it's Colossus. And this is giving Shin an opportunity to recover. Shin hasn't recovered yet, but he's going to be given time. As Shin is rushing into layer tech lurkers, this is a way to slow the game down. We've seen this from Dark before, where Dark, he can fall behind early on, and Dark will just rush into lurker tech and then slow the game down and build back up. So technically Shin, he can recover in this game. Not there yet. Working in lurkers. Arrives, and we are rushing into the late game. Okay. So with lurkers arriving here, we instantly throw down a fleet beacon. There's a lot of tech on the way though. Temple Archives, fleet beacon, charge, and production as well. But herO is working towards Sky Toss. Meanwhile, Shin, he's turtling up, getting towards our lurker tech, eventually into Hive. And again, it's a little bit shaky, it's a little bit messy, but we are stumbling our way into a longer game. Who do we favor? I mean, herO has potential to get into Skytoss faster with the second Stargate, but there's no second Stargate yet. Shin is building up. I want to note that I assumed that Shin was going to be working towards Hive Tech, but Shin does not have... Oh, sorry, he does have a pit, and there we go. Hive just now begins. But can he hold on? Can Shin survive the charge lots? Oh, I don't think he can. In a head-on fight, Shin is okay, but there are Zealots that are going to be hitting the natural. Only one lurker to defend. Zealots say bust in, and Shin has to react with everything. Okay, races back home. Drones are going down. Drones he cannot afford to lose. Oof. 4 drone kills. Nice damage by herO. He's going carrier first. Oh, okay. Interesting. Carriers, they do not scale as well into a longer game, so this is okay currently. But once Shin gets into Hive Tech, carrier is going to be less useful. So a little bit surprising. And Shin is almost maxed out. Now, what is Shin missing? Vipers. Not against the gateway composition, but specifically against Skytoss and against any kind of higher tech army. That's where Vipers come into play. Shin has yet to start researching those hive upgrades. Well, the ship is coming in. And Harsum, can he break through? Ooh, he blinks into oh no! Harsum, what? He blinked into lurkers. He lost almost every single stalker. Ay. Harsum. Patience. Is that you? Is that what? Jesus. So Harsum, he blinked into lurkers, he lost everything, and Harsum, he plummets in supply. For the first time all game, Shin takes a lead. Shin takes a lead here. Again, he's been struggling. He was hoping that maybe something like this would happen, question mark. And now Harsum's in trouble. Lurkers, they move out. They hit the 4th base. Harsum's racing back home. I can't believe it, man. Look, there's a little bit of patience in all of us. True. It's the patience. As they'll say, break through at least one line of lurkers, but the other line takes down the 4th base. Harsum stuck on 3 bases. And Shin does pull away. Away. The carrier kind of slowly building up, but at this point Harsum has now lost map control. Previously he was containing Shin, that is no longer the case, and now Shin can afford to take up Spire. Spire is on the way. Adrenal. Interesting that Shin, he is not getting into lurker range, so no lurker range, and Harsum is still going for more carriers here. Now, before the Corruptors hit the field, carriers do have a bit of a power spike. That is true. Like, you can try to, like, brute force and overwhelm a ground army with carriers, especially with around 6 of them. And we're about to have 7. So the anti-air for Shin is still lacking, but the Spire is almost done. Carriers are revealed. Lurker. Nice kiting. Hydras, they kite back. Storms are coming in. They do not quite connect with the Hydras. Once again, Harsum, he does move a little bit too close. Gets a couple of lurkers. We'll lose the High Templar. Templar, Ling Rumbai doesn't get much done. Zel's at home to defend. Ooh, and Shin is not getting into corruptor production. Looks like the carriers, this army may still just be too much here. Yeah, lurkers are coming from behind. They try to collapse on the High Templar. Ooh, they will. Jesus. Yeah, they will be able to. The ground army is going to be shut down, but what about the carriers? Where are the corruptors, papi? Yeah, it's a kill, not a cancel. And Harsum should have enough here. Whew. Yeah, he should have enough, should be able to break through. Again, despite the Spire, despite +1 air attack, we did commit to mass Hydra to reinforce, so limited anti-air. GG gets called, and Harsum ties up the series 1-1. Whew, GG. GG well played. A very messy game. Very messy game. I was very shocked that Shin actually recovered from the cannon rush. The cannon rush did a lot of damage. Winding it back, if you remember, Shin, he pulled most of his boys to deal with it, and he failed to deal with the cannon rush. In the end, they were able to get up and running. They killed the natural base, if you recall, and Shin was in a really rough position. So Shin's only chance there was to turtle up again to lurkers, which he was able to do. He even took a better fight as well and gained some map control. He was working on the Spire, but again, he never really got into his corruptor production. Without corruptors, he could not deal with that army. In the end, Harsum did break through. GG. GG, well played. Harsum did break through, and that leads us into the ace match. We're going into game 3, Ruby Rock. Ruby Rock is going to be a much smaller map of the map pool. I would say that it is more riskier to go into something like a cannon rush here. The benefit of the Old Republic is because the rush distance by ground is so long, so it means that any kind of ground counter attack is delayed. Here, it will not be delayed. So let's go. As spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Ruby Rock, we do have the South Korean Zerg player. We have the blue Zerg representing Weibo Gaming, WBG. It is Shin. And spawning in the top left hand corner here of Ruby Rock, we do have the red Protoss player, the red Protoss himself from the land of the Netherlands. It is herO. Here we go. As herO is going to block, forcing the unnatural out of Shin. And welcome to Ruby Rock. Ruby Rock is similar to Tourmaline, does have an open and exposed third base, open and exposed fourth base as well, or I should say more accessible fourth base. So as a result, aggression is typically favored here. We didn't really get to experience too much of that in Tourmaline because the game ended so quickly, but we'll see if we can get there here on Ruby Rock. I will say once again that herO, it's going to be the pressure's on him to try to be active and aggressive early on and go for earlier tech. In game one, we saw herO attempt to go into Glaive Adepts. Attempt to, because didn't quite get there in the end. May try to do so here or earlier blink. I feel like earlier upgrades here are going to be beneficial for herO just to survive, just to get a third. We'll keep an eye on him. Especially on Ruby Rock, we have seen a lot of Protoss players have success with earlier blink timings, just to break the fourth base and to give themselves some breathing room, but we'll see. He opened this game with Cannon Rush, stopped Shin's natural, or he stopped his he killed the natural if you recall, but he also forced all the ways to be pulled. I say all, like 70%. So there's a lot of economic damage that was dealt. And once again, Twilight Council opener. Okay. So again, every game so far, herO has gone for a bit of a quirkier start. This time you can see he pulls only 1 and 1 out of gas. Game 1, he only had 1. Never mind. Show us what you got. Game 1, we saw this. Yeah, he does have 1 and 1, so it looks like the same build that we saw in game 1 on Tourmaline. I believe herO, because he has so little gas income, he's going to be skipping his robo. He's going to be going for a faster third base, and he's going to be going into Glaive Adepts, but off of just gateways, without a robo, without a warp prism. This is what we saw previously in game 1. It's a really unique build. I'll be honest, I haven't seen anyone else do this. Like, the first time I saw this was game 1. Period. So it is really unique. It is really interesting. We've yet to see it work. Obviously, the goal here, the plan, the purpose is to make it look like a standard opener with a more standard third base timing and catch the opponent off guard. But Shin already scouted. Like, Shin already knows. So Shin should be reacting with an earlier Roach Warren or earlier Bailey Nest. As Shin gets us around. Takes off the Adept. Without that Adept, I believe this is going to be a cancel. Oof, yeah, herO is in a rough position. He'll lose the third base, and it does wedge itself in between the mineral lines, in between the mineral patches. The Roach Horn is on the way to deal with the Adepts. And there's a lot of pressure on herO. He's stuck on 2 bases. But remember, the whole point of this build is to get a third, and without the third, herO falls behind. Otherwise, I mean, he could have a robo, he could have a warp prism, he could be across the map. So really rough start here for herO. Shin's he cuts workers at 41, joining up a little bit further. We have our Mass Adept on the way. Now, because of the unnatural natural, there's no Sim City here at the natural base of Shin. That means he cannot block off against the Mass Adept. Roach Warren is done. And we're waiting for those roaches. As they make their way into the natural, into the third. They commit to the shade, they get into the mineral line, Lings are waiting for them, but Adepse should clean up all these Lings. I say that the surround is too good. Oh my god. Yeah, the surround is too good. Adepts are going down. We have roaches in production. That tells us that Shin plans to counterattack. Oh boy. And especially on Ruby Rock here, this third base is vulnerable, is exposed. So Shin is going for the counter all in. As he's building up a greater army. And Harsum, he straight up cannot defend against this, like specifically because of this. There's so much about this build that's happening. It's what I mean by that is because he delayed his robo, because he opted to pull out of gas and opted to try to get a faster third base. That means delayed immortal production. Typically, when you go into Glaive Adepts into a third base with a robo, I mean you have immortals on the way already. You already have one, maybe two immortals to help defend against the roach counterattack. But that is not the case with this build. He doesn't have it available to him, so he's even more vulnerable to this. And here comes Shin. Like, Shin is dealing with the Adepts initially. They're trying to delay, trying to buy time. Shade is cancelled. And Rico will save one Adept. One Adept does Rico back home. And what's the army? 6 Adepts and 1 Sentry. Oof. Shin from here is rushing across. He's got a handful of Ravagers. By that I mean he has 5. Jesus, okay. he's got a lot of Ravagers. Coming in with the surround, he wants to lock this down, and here come the Biles. Yeah, massive Biles on the army. Oof, takes down the Adept. Immortal gets surrounded, zoned away from the shield batteries. And GG gets called. GG gets called. Shin will take the series 2-1, knocking Harsum out of the tournament and advancing on to the round of 16. GG. GG, well played. An interesting build here from Harsum. Once again, I've never seen anyone do it before, except for Harsum in this series. We saw it in game 1, we saw it in game 3. I kind of understand the logic, only kind of though. So what I was getting at is that what this build allows you to do, one, reinforcements are delayed because there's no prism, so it's a little bit of a lighter aggression early on, but it allows you to get a faster third base. The problem is because you're not opening up, for example, Stalker with this or any way to deny vision, the Overlord will scout and will confirm the build, will confirm the Twilight Council, so the Glaive Adept should never really do any real damage, just because your opponent should be able to respond and react by cutting workers early and by getting their roaches up and running. On top of that, as we mentioned, because the robo is so delayed, it does mean that you're vulnerable to a roach counterattack because of lack of immortal production. So it feels very niche, and it feels really weird. I'm not convinced personally. I'm not convinced, but I'm sure Harsum, he does have some success with it on the ladder. Otherwise, he wouldn't do it here, unless it's like a content thing and he's like making a video out of it. It's possible. I don't know. But GG, well played. With that, Shin will take the series. He will take the series. I appreciate that Harsum was very quirky with his builds. I appreciate that at least. You know, we had this weird like Glaive Adept build twice, and we had a cannon rush as well. So I do appreciate that. That you know, Harsum, he was playing very abnormal and out of the norm. It's a nice breath of fresh air. But yeah, interesting. Definitely something that I'll keep an eye out for next time, and we'll see if Harsum continues to do this or if he was just testing it out, right? And seeing how it would play out. But here we go. With that, Shin will advance on into the next round, where he's going to be facing off against Reynor in a ZVZ. Oh my god. They are going to be facing off and spawning in the top right-hand corner. And top right-hand corner here of the Old Republic, we have the South Korean Zerg player. We have the blue Zerg representing Weibo Gaming, WBG. It is Shin. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Italian Zerg player. We have the red Zerg representing Basilisk. It is Reynor. We go. As we're getting into the round of 16, again, it's great to see Reynor once again. For those who are curious, Reynor, he is in South Korea. He's been in Korea for a month at this point. It's been quite some time since he has been there, of course. That has allowed him to actually wake up and actually play in some of these open cups. So he has been more active when it comes to the open cup scene. And we have him here playing in this week's WardiTV Monday. Let's go. Is going to be able to compete. For now, is going for a standard opener. We have seen Reynor go back and forth with Shin. If you recall, in the RSL, Reynor, he was eliminated from the RSL via Shin in the ZVZ. So Reynor, he was knocked out, and we'll see if Reynor can get his revenge. Bearing in mind, that was a best of 5. That was a longer and a larger series between the two of them. This is going to be a shorter one with a best of 3. So Shin does have the most recent big win over Reynor. We'll see how Reynor does compare. See how he's learned from that. I mean, that series was very aggressive, if you remember. We had a lot of really early timings. We saw a lot of Spire play, a lot of Muta play, a lot of early Roach production, a lot of punishments here if you joined up a little bit too hard or too heavily. It was a very intense ZVZ. And I don't think a single time did we ever enter like a standard kind of ZVZ game state. Like build up macro up into like 3 base rushes of Roach. That just didn't happen. True. Oh no, he's lost in the Korean rift, Bappy. Yeah, no. Ah, no. Smooch. No, yeah, true. Is that the real reason why he went to Korea? Just to play League on the Korean server? Do you think? No, the real reason why he went to Korea, Papi. True, true. Just wanted to go to another rift. Ah. Este Reynor. We've lost him. As of now, Hatch Gas Pool, standard opener. We have the Baneless on the way. So far, everyone is mirroring each other. So far, standard openers between our 2 players. So far, at least. Oh. A little micro battle here between Reynor and Shin. Reynor, he wants that Ling. Ooh, he gets punished. Yeah, he does get punished. Ay, ay, ay. So that was Shin getting punished, I should say. So nice movement there by Reynor. Very nice. Queen will zone away, and Shin doesn't lose his Lings, but he does get bullied back. So nice moves out of Reynor behind this. He does have an extra pair of Lings on the way. And we're waiting to see any kind of big commitment into Zerglings, or waiting to see us start to take up into an Evo Chamber, Roach Warren, Lair. Where are we headed? That's from here we are building up. Both players building up into roaches. Shin is going for a delayed Evo Chamber. Interesting. It's gonna be more delayed. Making more Lings. Our eyes are on Shin to see if he drones. Nope, all in. Okay. So Shin is going to cut workers at 41, so he goes up to some saturation here at the 3rd base. Meanwhile, no Evo Chamber, no upgrades, no +1. He is droning up a little bit harder, though. Okay, so he's got 8 roaches on the way. This might just be a fake out. It is not uncommon to feign aggression in ZVZ and to use vision against your opponents. What's the reasoning for this, and how do you pull this off? Well, Overlords. Overlords do provide you so much vision in ZVZ, just because anti-air is very limited early on. So you can see here, Shin, he's going to reveal his roaches to the Overlord. He's going to be moving out, and we'll see if he drones up behind this or if he reinforces. He's droning. Yeah, so Shin is droning. So again, this is a fake out. Fake push out of Shin. Reynor back at home. Jesus, he's throwing down a wall of Spine Crawlers. We have Spine Crawlers on the way. We have the Lair on the way as well. So Reynor, he's reacting quite hard to this, and Shin pulls away. It was a fake out, and Reynor should cancel. Oh, wait. Okay, so Reynor's canceling, which makes sense. This was a fake out, and then it's real. So Shin, he did drone up a little bit, and then bam, 16 roaches are on the way, and he's luring Reynor into a false sense of security. Reynor is droning. Reynor cancels everything because he believes it was a fake out, but it was a fake out. Oh no. And Shin, he commits. He's moving out across the map. Here comes the all-in. Reynor, the pants are down. He throws down a wall of spine crawlers because he just canceled them, and he needs them to finish as soon as possible. Oh no. Meanwhile, Shin, he has almost double the army supply. He has a massive army. Plus on range is going to finish, true, so the upgrades are going to kick in for Reynor. That is going to be in his lead and his advantage. Ravagers are ready. And Reynor, can he hold? Can he hold on? Can he survive? Spine crawlers are almost done. Biles connects, and the Banelings, they were premature. Yeah, miscontrol there from Shin. He detonates his own Banelings. And Shin, can he still break through this? Again, there's 4 spine crawlers behind this. There's still 4 more spine crawlers. Shin, yep, he has to back up. He has to respect the spines. Pulls to the 3rd base. Ravagers are exposed. Ooh, gets baited into the spine crawlers. Lings, they're breaking into the mineral line. Spine crawlers are pushing forward here, and Reynor, he may barely be able to hold on. It's still close. It has Lings reinforced. Lings, they collapse on the roach. He's going for the Ravagers. Oh no, he comes in with the surround. He tries to, doesn't get them. Now the hatchery is going to fall. But Shin, ideally this is meant to kill. This is meant to kill. This does cripple Reynor. He will lose 18 drones, will lose the expansion. But again, Reynor, he barely bought enough time. Reynor does survive. And Reynor has better upgrades. But Reynor, he has upgrades. He has +1. Reynor is in a rough position, and we'll see where Reynor takes us from here. Remember, Shin, he has more drones. Shin, he fully droned up his 3rd base, is taking gases. Lair is almost done. +1 range has begun, getting into his own mid-game roach Ravager. And Reynor survives, but Reynor, from here, we get something done. Oh my god. There we go. Overload speed. Overload speed is on the way. Interesting, you typically don't get overload speed unless you plan to go for Drop Lords. More overlords are being hunted down. Spire is on the way for Shin. Getting into mutas. Shin, he wants that Ravager. Gets one. Gets one Ravager. And we spoke about it here. Come the Drop Lords. As you mentioned, like, you don't get overload speed unless you do one Drop Lord play. So Drop Lords are on the way. Reynor is cutting workers at 54. He's making more roaches. Reynor, he's forced into an all-in. Being forced in. Now the problem is that Reynor's on a timer because the Spire is coming. Reynor, he will scout, he will confirm the Spire is almost done. And Reynor is aware. And Reynor, he throws down the Hydrogen. If he did plan on pushing, I mean, not anymore. You have the Drop Lord at least moving out, but Reynor, he's droning up. He's droning, he's saturating Reynor. He's playing from behind. He does have a worse economy. And mutas will give Shin map control. At least they should. We'll see if we can find the Overlord. This means it will catch some of the Overlords. Overlord speed is revealed. And it's on Reynor to turtle. Oof. As Hydras are not done yet. Gets a queen, gets a couple of drones. Maybe as the Hydras do bunch up. You just don't find a way in. Oh, nice contamination here on +2. The Drop Lord is still off to the side. Still has not committed. And you can see that Shin, he's not going mass muta, and Shin, he's going into a mass roach follow-up. So he's building up his ground army. Shin is going to max out first, and Shin is going to push. Now the goal here is for Shin to kill Reynor before Lurker tech. If Reynor can get into Lurkers, then Reynor can hold and stabilize. If Reynor fails to tech up into Lurkers, then Shin should have enough to break through. but we'll see. Reynor technically has the better upgrades. He has +1 carapace. +2 was delayed for Shin. Mutas, they do hit the natural. And here comes Shin. And collapsing onto that third base. Shin, one of the battles does graze his army. And Shin, he does not have enough here. The Hydras, they do add a bit more DPS behind this. Oh. Shin has to pull away. He has to pull away, rebuild, remax, and do that again. Just has to keep trading. And Reynor's holding on. Reynor, he's opting to not take up into lurkers. He's just rebuilding and remaxing with more roaches. So we're staying on the Lair Tech army. This is going to be intense. Oh, the Jobber Lords do come in. I believe the Mutas should be hunting this down. Shin's out of position. Yeah, completely out of position here. Reynor, he will get the northern base. Drop into the main. Oh, but Shin did invest into these banelings. They have potential. Banelings have potential. Only if they can connect with the Hydras, though. And they're not. They're trying to break through. Trying to. A lot of roaches do go down, but the Hydras do survive. The Mutas, now they're coming in. The other flank though breaks through. And Shin, he has enough. Yeah, Shin, he has enough. He completely cleans up the army. Did lose a base, did lose a mineral line, but fun fact, Shin is still up. He's still up in workers, still has a better economy. Shin, with an advantage, does overwhelm. And Reynor, he plummets in supply. And that was it. That was his moment. All right, Reynor, he had to end the game then and there. Reynor, he fails to do so. And again, it was impressive that Reynor survived the first all-in. It was very impressive. But there's no follow-up here. There's nothing else left here for Reynor. Shin is maxed. While they somewhat graze the army. Somewhat. Jesus. Shin a little bit trigger happy. Reynor, he does come out ahead when it comes to the overall piles. Shin having a hard time pushing into the third base. He should just expand, yeah. He should just expand, get a fourth. Just secure a better economy. Rotating over. And Reynor holds. Impressive. Impressive defense. Unfortunately, like again, there's no further tech behind this, so it's still a really rough position here for Reynor. He's now slowly getting a fourth base. As he gets a fourth base, this is where he does expose himself. We bring this up all the time in regards to the Old Republic. It is very difficult to defend your fourth base on this map because of how open it is. And now Reynor's exposed himself, right? Like now, as Reynor expands, now this is a more accessible location for Shin. More so than the third. As the terrain is working against the aggressing player here. Station. Jesus, there aren't even that many Hydras. Yeah, it's the right movement, but again, Shin, all he has to do is deny the base. Deny the expansion. Meanwhile, we have roaches slipping out across the map. Banelings, they rush in, while they do graze some of the Banelings. Easy connections. Banelings, they break on through, and Shin is just going for the kill. He's trying to at least breaks the expansion. At the same time, we have roaches in the natural, we have roaches at the third base. Drones are going down, but Shin will break the third. Breaks the third expansion. Shin getting desperate in his defense. Uh-oh. And Reynor, can he clean this up? He can. Shin, he has to pull out, he has to get out of here. His economy is lackluster. 17 drones go down. And Reynor's counterattacking. Shin is in trouble. Again, just a really messy defense here out of Shin. And we're in a really weird game state where Shin has more bases. Shin technically has more efficient mining. But Reynor does have the potentially higher quality army. I don't know if you noticed, but we do have... Oh, never mind. I was gonna say, I don't know if you noticed, but I believe we did have a lurker den on the way, but Reynor did cancel. Did cancel the lurker den. So we're sticking with Hydra or Roach Ravager Hydra. Sticking with a more mid-tier army. Shin, he's the drone count is just so low here. That one roach drop and the roach run by here, it may just win Reynor the game. Lack of economy. And the thing is that Shin isn't droning. Like Shin, he should be droning up here, but he's not. So the economy is going to just stay low. Now, where this will work for Shin is Shin, instead of droning, he's making more roaches, just making nothing but roaches here. If Reynor would have pushed soon, then Shin could take a better fight. But Reynor is just calming down. He's establishing his own third base. Reynor now has better mining, a better economy. He has full saturation. I cannot say the same for Shin. I say that is a fully fresh mining base, which Shin does have as well. True. There we go. Now Shin drones. Now he's droning up. Reynor getting another expansion. Once again, Shin out of position. Oh, Will is a queen. Oh, God. Yeah, queen goes down. Shin is moving out. I will say that Reynor does have the better army currently. Now he restarts the lurker den. As Reynor keeps dropping back and forth. Picking up more drones. Again, this one drop here is winning Reynor the game. And may have just won it for him. As this drop has been alive for a very long time. Just killing more drones and more workers. Shin trying to break through, but I believe Reynor should have the defender's advantage. He should have enough reinforcements. And just an awkward angle here from Shin. And Reynor will hold. Reynor, he will hold on. Again, Shin, he did so well early on, but we saw time and time again he would overextend. And maybe not take some counterattacks as seriously as he should have. And with that, Reynor, he will take a lead. GG gets called. Reynor takes game number 1. Whew. GG. GG, well played. It feels like kind of like Brains versus Brawn here, where I would say that Shin strategically was like outplaying Reynor, but Reynor with his like just micro, his control, his counterattacks, like that was enough to pull him out, to pull him back, and to counterattack and even give himself a lead as well. Really impressive there by Reynor. Again, just non-stop run-bys, non-stop counterattacks. It did cripple Shin's economy, and Shin, he in the end, he fell behind. He was down to 36 workers, did not have enough to saturate, did not have enough to actually build up into a longer game. He was all in towards the end. GG. GG, well played. Whew. And Reynor takes game number 1. Let's go. Let's go. But again, a very intense, very back and forth game 1 as well, as we load into game 2 on Title Citadel. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Title, we have the blue Zerg player. We have the South Korean Zerg representing Weibo Gaming, WBG. It is Shin. Oh, okay. Just going for the extractor trick. And in the top left hand corner, we have the red Zerg player, the Italian Zerg representing Basilisk. It is Reynor. Here we go. Whew, okay, and welcome once again to Title Citadel. This is one of the more unique maps in the map pool. It is a bit of a larger map, similar to the Old Republic, but also has a very spread out. Oh, hello. Are we good? Okay, Blizzard just died on us. I got scared for a moment. But we do have a very, very spread out third and fourth base. The third and fourth bases are very isolated from each other. They're very spread out. And it can be very difficult to rotate and to defend these bases. Because of that, I'm not opposed to Muta play, for example. I feel like Mutas could be quite solid here on this map. We did see Shin excel with Mutas previously, where he was able to gain map control and then build up his Roach army as well to break the third. We could see something similar here. We'll see. So now we're calming down. Again, just hatch gas pool. Standard openers. From here, we should be taking our third bases, getting our Bailey nests, and from there, we'll see if anyone deviates. That's the moments where we can see a faster Evo chamber or any earlier tech. Any cut workers, any Ling Flood. That'll be after the third. So third bases are being taken. Both players, they expand towards each other. Okay. Both players expand on the same side. Maybe a Bailey nest on the way. And we should soon be seeing one from Reynor as well. Hello. He's going for Ling Flood. Okay, so Reynor is skipping Banelings. He's going for a Ling Flood. He should be going for Roaches behind this. Oh, no. Okay, goes for a delayed Bailey nest. Interesting. Ling Scout will confirm the Bailey nest. Does confirm how late it is. And may even get eyes on the Lings. Oh, Bailey not. Lings do pop. Reynor's going for the Flood. And Shin should be ready for this. Okay, he's supposed to move out with the Overlord. Does supposed to move out. We've got our two Banelings morphing in. And Shin, he has the tools to defend. Let's just buy time for the Banelings. Works in, pulls away. That's for sure doesn't waste those Banelings. And so far so good. Does make more Lings behind this, going for his own counterattack. We have 12 more Lings in production. Shin is committing. He does commit. Gets across. Banelings are going to be done in time. Oh no! Ooh, Shin does notice. Shin pulls away. Oh, a bit of miscontrol with the Banelings. Same thing we said for Reynor. A couple of Banelings are going to be baited out. Shin, he wants that third base at the same time. Shin, he will barely defend back at home. Oof. And does he get the third? It's close. Oh my god, barely does. Kills the third expansion at the same time. Back at home, we do have a transfuse here. Shin, he barely holds on to his own, but can he hold on any longer? Here comes a counterattack. Reynor, he wants that third base as well. Reynor, he wants it. Oh. Reynor, he wants the third. Bailey should zone away. Reynor gets into the main. Shin is holding. Oh. Shin is holding on. And we're both getting into roach production. Now, Reynor did drone a little bit further here. Did drone up. As you can see, Shin, he's intentionally not saturated his third base. We'll see if that continues. He's getting another gas geyser. Getting his lair. Building up his lair. He only got 3 drones just to saturate his gas geyser here. So we do see that Shin is committing. And a big shout out to Blake News. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Bobby. For subscribing for 27 months. Thank you. Thank you. Do appreciate it. Again, Shin, he's barely droning. Producing more army. As Reynor setting up his own push. Reynor gets caught out. Gets caught out for a moment. I was curious what the layer was going to be for here, and when it is going to be the Spire, not Roach Speed. Okay. Not going into Roach Speed. Shin is still behind economically. He still has been adverse to droning, but now starts to drone up after the Spire. Shin is deflected. The Spire is about to finish up, which is nice and all, but Reynor, he's here to end the game. He's here to kill. He's cutting workers early on, going for a 2.5 base all in, and Reynor, he's here to kill Shin before any muta play. Again, mutas, they're nice and all. They can harass, they can do damage. Shin, he knows he cannot defend. He just gives up on the third. And Reynor can just keep pushing. Doesn't have to stop. He can keep going back. He will commit off the ramp. Takes off more roaches. A nice pick here by Reynor. Mutas technically will eventually clean this up, but by the time they do, Shin should lose his natural mineral line. He should lose his mineral line, should lose everything. The boys are being pulled. GG gets called. There is no defending against this. And Reynor will take the series 2-0. GG. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Again, game 1 was a little more chaotic, a little more back and forth, and I would say a little more in favor of Shin. Here in game 2, we saw that Shin was trying to be cheeky, was trying to cut some corners, but this time Reynor punished him. This time Reynor, he was the one that decided to cut workers early at 50. If you remember, he cut workers at 50, build up to roaches, went for the 2.5 base all in. GG. GG, well played. Was able to punish and break Shin for attempting to get into muta play. GG. GG, well played. With that, Reynor, he will advance on to the quarterfinals, and we unfortunately won't be following him there. Again, we are limited to what Wardy did cover, and Wardy did not follow Reynor into the quarterfinals, but we do wish him the best when it comes to his series there. Instead, we're going to be hopping over to a different match. Going to be hopping over to Lambo versus Cure. Oh boy. Again, Lambo, he's also very inactive when it comes to online tournaments. He's been very vocal about this. He doesn't really enjoy playing in online cups. There's a couple of players like that, specifically Lambo and Gabe. I think Lambo and Gabe are the only ones when they speak on how they're not really too fond of the downtime, or Lambo specifically is not really too fond of having his games being casted, which Wardy happens to cover anyway. But yeah, he's not really too fond of it, but we'll see how he does perform here. Lambo has been competing a lot. I say competing a lot. He's been streaming a lot. He's been making a lot more content as of late, ever since the latest patch. And I'm curious to see how he compares to Cure in a ZVT. Let's go. Let us go. So we are going to be jumping in. But again, congratulations to Reynor as he does shut Shin down. Does win the rematch after RSL. True. Does claim that series, and now we're getting to our next best of 3. We're getting to the quarterfinals, and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Mothership, we have the teal Zurich player, the German Zurich representing Shopify. It is Lambo. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the South Korean Terran player, we have the Red Terran representing Team Liquid. It is Cure. And thank you so much, Blakadoos, for the donation, for the tip in the chat. Thanks for all the effort you put into these amazing streams. Thank you, Blakadoos, thank you. We appreciate the support, we appreciate the donation. Again, donations and tips are typically very rare on this channel. We get them maybe once every couple of months. So thank you so much. We do appreciate it. Aye. Unfortunately, one of these days we'll get like a donation bar or something, but I still don't have one, so we don't really get many. So thank you. We appreciate it, Matthew. We appreciate it. Gracias. Hope you enjoy the content, the StarCraft, the casting. Hope you enjoy. As welcome on all to Mothership. Now, Mothership is a map that we have rarely seen in ZVT. Does have its own unique quirks. Mothership is a very large map, long rush distance by ground, very exposed 3rd and 4th bases. Because of that, I do favor Zerg traditionally in the mid game, in the mid to late game as well. If Lambert can get there, I do think the Lambert should have a stronger setup. We'll see how Cure will adjust his approach. I feel like being more passive and being more defensive is going to be hurting the Terran player. Cure, he is known a little bit for these 7-minute pushes with Hellbats. If he does preserve his Hellions, he can preserve them, turn them into Hellbats, and then move out with his first wave of tanks. And the goal there should be to break the 4th expansion of Lambo, but that should be what we build up towards, assuming it's a standard game. Bearing in mind that Cure, he is not afraid to mech. He's not afraid to mech it up. He's already done it a couple of times this patch. So Cure, he is willing to play mech against Zerg and against Protoss every now and then. Doesn't rely on it too heavily, but does like to mix it into a series. So our eyes are on Cure in regards to that. So far, Cure pokes in, pulls away, gets one circling so far. Nothing major, but nice pickup. And Lambert does take his expansion on the top side. Checking the vision here, Lambert, he's aware of Cure's spawn location. Cure, likewise, of course, aware of Lambert. And this going for a 3rd CC before Starport. Economic build here by Cure. It's being very economic. From here, Cure does pull away. Getting to our add-on swap. So 3 ECC Banshee is the go-to here. Again, a very standard build, very standard play out of Cure. Nothing crazy, nothing wild. Does use the Rex to hunt down the Overlord. Interesting. This doesn't have to lead into a second factory, but this does mean we have delayed production, delayed add-ons here on the Rex, for example. Rex does pull away. Oh no! The Overlord! Overlord does try to escape, but last does overshoot, and Lambert will lose the Overlord. And will lose it. It's going to be lair first out of Lambert, lair before any other tech structures. The Rax is staying in the air, which means we are getting into mech. We should be seeing extra factories. Uh-oh. I say that the Rax is floating back. Where are we going? Where are we headed? Again, the follow-up here is going to be late. Late follow-up, but there it is. We have 2 more factories on the way. It is going to be mech. So Cure is making it up. There's a reason why we brought it up earlier, even like a minute ago. Again, Cure, he is known for mech. To mix it into a series. Whether he does it every game or not, I mean, we imagine him to do it just once, but we'll keep an eye on Cure. We're going to be for a while. Now, when it comes to mech in the current patch, it is typically more traditional mech, like a heavy Hellion count into tank production, sometimes with Blue Flame early on, but less reliant on Cyclones, of course. Much less reliant. As Cure is going for his Hellion dive, I mean, you can see just how many Hellions there are. There's 10 Hellions that can morph into Hellbats. Armories are finishing up, and Hellbats can soon morph in. So we have 10 Hellions so far. Hellions, they poke in, they pull away. At the same time, Banshees into the main base. They do get a Queen. They got a Queen. As Curie does find a mineral line here. Thankfully, only half a mineral line. 8 drones do get burned up. They get roasted. Curie pokes in, pulls away. So far, solid damage, getting a Queen, getting 8 workers, and denying creep. And he's still not yet done. Now, behind this, I assume it was going to be Blue Flame into tank production. It's going to be Blue Flame into Macville accelerators into Battle Bank. Of course, we'll delay Cyclone production, but he's getting into it. So Cyclones are on the way. Now, when it comes to Battle Mech this patch, it does have less staying power. It does have less strength than it used to. Less longevity. It's a better way of putting it. So it is something that you want to switch out of eventually. You don't want to rely too heavily on it. But I just realized Lambo is going Lingbane Hydra. Ooh, okay. So Lingbane Hydra is a very mobile composition, but it's also very fragile. This is not typically, I mean, it can work against mech, but as we just mentioned, it's a very fragile composition. One wrong move, one bad fight, and this army will melt. This is the advantage of Roach Ravager or Lingbane Roach Ravager. It is a much more robust composition. A little more robust. The tanks, and to tank the Cyclones. Yeah, boy. As Curie does shut down the Lingbane. This kind of leans on what we just mentioned, how it's a very fragile composition, but nice catch. Does get surround the Cyclones. It does surround the first wave of the Cyclones. Very nice done here by Lambo. Cyclones and Hellions are caught out. And this is actually a big win here for Lambo. At the same time, Hellions are trading well towards the south side, but still a better trade for the Zerg. Catching the initial army, and now Lambo can focus on the southern front. Secure does break in. As Curie does get lured out once again, Lamborghini attempts to surround, and can he get him? He can. Yeah, he will get the surround here. He looks down the Cyclones once again. Gets one. Oh, just the one though. Uh-oh. As this Lambo's turn to overextend. Lambo bleeding out a lot of units. Again, Lambo, he's heavily reliant on surrounding the army and locking it down. If he fails to do so, this happens. As center base is going to fall. And Cure can keep pushing. Kills the expansion. Kills the base, pulls away. Lambo's working towards Infestors. And a Greater Spire. Okay. So getting into Infestor, then Broodlords as a follow-up. Interesting. Curie's getting 2 more starports, a fusion core. Is he going into BC? Okay. I assume it was going to be a tank switch, but he may just skip tanks and go straight for battlecruisers instead. Helis to get in, 10 more drones going down. Again, Lambert, he is in trouble here. He's just stuck defending, stuck at home. Another Hellion dive, another Hellion run by. Yeah, one Lambert once again getting bullied. And the fusion core is done. Cure, what do you have for us? Oh, there it is. BC production has begun. Cure is rushing into BCs. Oh. Denies another expansion. So BC's alongside tank production. Okay, so we're done with battle mech. As Cure bleeds off Cyclones and bleeds off Hellions, he's going to be replacing them with tanks, with BCs, and with the Ravens. Just switching up his tech. Oof. You know, that's a kill, not a cancel. Aye, aye, aye. And Lambert just now trying to work towards Broodlords. Okay, interesting. Switching to Broods. I mean, that's what the Yamato is going to be for. Hellions, they once again get into the middle line. Oh my god, they roasted up 11 drone kills. 11 more drones go down. There's a scan. It does confirm the Broodlords are within scan range. And again, it is BC time. And again, mass BC is the end game, right? That's the ideal. It can be dealt with Infestors. Infestors, they're heavily reliant. The story play is going to be heavily reliant on trying to get under the BCs, and Neuraling is to go for the mass Neural and to either have the BCs kill each other with Yamatos or have them spend their teleport and waste their teleport. And again, the Infestor cannon is relatively healthy. I think Bane crashing into Cyclones, not the best traits. Jesus. Cyclones, they just tank the Banelings. They don't even care. Does manage to get one of the tanks. There was on the chase. Doors are on the way. But he needs more time. Okay, he needs more time. And also, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Keep it. Thank you so much. For subscribing for 13 months. 13 months. Over a year of support. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for subscribing. As Yamatos are coming in, we do get neural up. Ooh. Despite that, 1, 2, 3 neurals, 3 Yamatos going up. There's this teleport, but alas, it doesn't really matter. There we go, another neural. We get the chain neurals, 1 BC goes down. As you mentioned, the one way to deal with these battle cruisers is going to be neural from the side of Lambo. as Lambo still just cannot expand. Lambo's trying to retake bases here. You can see how oversaturated he is back at home. His main natural third and fourth. This is John up his fifth. Does need to drone up. Oof. Yeah, lock-ons are brutal. Hatchery goes down. Sorry, just opening the window. It's getting very hot. It's getting very hot in here. Summer's hitting, Pappy. As we do see Cure going for a very risky maneuver. He does go for a big counterattack with his BCs. He wants that southern base. Of course, he can teleport back home. Go for the Amados. Good, 5 Corruptors falling. Does teleport back. Getting a sick. He may even just kill every single Corruptor here. Jesus. Yeah, the Corruptors are falling. Coming in, but too little too late. And Curie gets away. Curie does teleport away. Again, being hyper efficient here with his battle cruisers. But he's finally getting his fifth, so his fifth base is getting up and running. How about didn't get too much done here? And Lambert, he is holding his own. He's able to build up a bank, not the best bank. I mean, look at the efficiency of Cure. He's got 2k, 4k, sorry, 5k even, 5k gas, crazy. Just shows just how much more efficient Cure has been. And how difficult it's been for Lambert to actually take more bases. But he's gotten there. Oh, and Lambert finally doing some counter damage. So let's head towards those southern planetaries. Tries to at least. How many BCs do we have? 6. So it'd be 7. So it'd be 7 battle cruisers. Cure coming out ahead in this trade. Shouldn't get much more done as the Broodlords are in position. The Broodlords are revealed, so the main army does push in. There's an opening. And Lambert knows it. He just gives up on the expansion. Pulls away. The base goes down. The base that Lambert fought so hard to take. He just needs a 5th base. Ah, no. Yeah, Cyclones, they counterattack. Lambert's being pulled apart. Oh, nice defense with the Lings. Nice catch. Very Hellions here, so Lings will clean up the Cyclones. And Lambert, you can see this is his mining base. This is it. He's got 1 base. Let's go. You can see here he's out of money at his natural. He's mined out of his main base. He's mining out of his. He's got one patch at his third. He's got what, 3-4 patches at his fourth base. That sort of base is keeping Lambo in this. It all comes down to the center expansion. And Cure, he's just still taking more bases. Like Cure, he has map control, he's taking more expansions, going for a fresh southern base as well. Cure still has a massive bank. He's got almost 8,000 gas in the bank. Crazy. Now, Lambo still has a chance here. It is a rough game. It is a really rough game state, and it's been a really rough game in general for Lambo. Like, he's been barely treading water. The armies are max, but they're not quite the same. Lambo still has potential to win one big fight, and to potentially, after that fight is won, to push into the main. To push into the main base and claim the production. So there is still, like, a win condition here for Lambo, but he needs to win that main fight. So that's the first step. The Hellbats. Lambo has 15 infestors. Oh, Mr. Torque goes off. I should deter Lambo. This is giving Cure time. Depending on where Lambo positions, Cure can hit the northern base once again. As Lambo is making his way further south. Lambo's pushing in towards the southern bases. Looks like he wants to catch the army with these infestors. He has to be very careful though, just because there are ravens with the army, if you recall. Takes up the planetary at the same time. Top left is gonna fall as well. And we're going for the base trade. Yeah, Cure, he does not chase. So he doesn't chase, he doesn't get lured into the trap. Cure, he just counterattacks. And he forces Lambo to respond, as Lambo has to turn everything back around. Lambo does get to expansions, but these bases mean less to Cure is the issue. With the Broodlords being so slow, I do feel like Cure could have gotten another expansion. He could have gotten 2, but settles for 1. Nice thing run by. Ooh, Infestors get caught. Oh no! Jesus. Calm down. Okay, going for the mass mural. Does try to release, but the infestors get punished. They get shut down. There's one infestor left. Oh, going for the mass mural here on the Thors. Okay. Murals the Thors instead. BCs are being focused down. It does focus on the battle cruisers. Better fight for Lambo. And Lambo will clean this up, but bearing in mind, Cure can remax. Cure, he can remax, but he needs time to do so. As Cure teleports away. And Lambo doesn't have enough. He does not have enough here. Lambo, looking at the trades, do we have a better, there we go, we have a better idea. That was 6 Infestors, 5 Broodlords, 5 BCs, 9 Thors. This was a better fight for Lambo, but unfortunately he doesn't have any pushing power to push into the production. So Cure is going to remax. Lambo, he will threaten the mining bases. Will deny mining. Lambo, he's just taking some fresh bases here towards the south side. Okay. So Lambo, he actually does have an economy. Cure is trickling in. Cure pulls away. We'll lose one BC. We'll lose a second. Oh, no, never mind. Just one. Lose one battle cruiser. Lambo, he's broke. He needs to get gas mining going. No, he needs gas. Needs gas, papi. Lambo can still take a better fight. Once again, he's still heavily reliant on those infestors. Tank is going up. Here come the Neurals. Neurals are being broken. Yeah, it does barely neural the tank. And with that, he does overtake the Thors. Okay. And neurals the Thors. With that, the Lambo's going to keep going. He has to just keep on going. He can't stop. Tries to rally in. At the same time, BC's a counterattack. 13 drones going down. Lambo, because he doesn't have an economy to begin with. We're getting messy. Getting messy here. Lambo cannot turn around. He's going to keep going. Oh, neurals everything. Tries to neural what he can. He will start losing infestors. Expensive losses for Lambo. This is not worth it. No, this is not worth it. He throws away the infestors. Oh, no. Remember, infestors, they're supportive units, and they were just thrown away. That was 11 infestors going down. Ay, ay, ay. Losses that Lambo cannot afford. They can't afford that remax. Yeah, speaking of, Lambo, he's down to 3 infestors. Down to 3. You can see he's trying to build more. He's got 4 more infestors in production. Lambo was doing well. He was gaining ground. He was trading well. He was breaking through bases. But he did overextend. Again, losing 11 infestors. That was crazy. And Lambo, he lost bottom left. Lost center left as well. Lambo, he's broke, right? He has 0 mining in his natural, nothing left in the main, nothing left at the third, the fourth base. This center base is now starting to mine out as well. This is it. This is all the mining. And here comes Cure. He's going for the last mining base of Lambo. And remember, Cure had a bank. Cure is maxed. Cure, he is able to remax. Lambo is not. Again, essentially, Lambo was all in when he pushed across the map, and Lambo had to end it then and there, but he overextended, had some miscontrol. And Cure has done it. At this point, Cure, he has done it. He breaks through the main army. He breaks down the only mining base of Lambo. He's long distance mining here from the top side. Desperately trying to get some economy. Yo, we're nearing Hellbats. Let's GG. GG gets called. And Cure will take game number 1. GG. GG, well played. Whew. Again, Cure, he will take the first game, will take a lead in the series. Again, it just came down to the fact that Lambo, he just had no economy, he had no money, he had no mining. He was desperately struggling to ever get a 5th base. It took him so long to get a 5th, to get a 6th, and he could barely maintain them as well. I will say that Lambo did have a much better fight initially, but we spoke about it. Lambo was basically all in. Like, he won the initial fight when he was able to he was able to infestate, so he was able to neural, when he was able to neural the Thors and overtake the BCs, but he had to keep going, he had to keep pushing, and things were honestly looking decent until Lambo overextended with his infestors. When the infestors were when they were on their own, the Broodlords were lagging behind, the Corruptors were lagging behind, the rest of the army was just behind, and the infestors pushed forward, and that's when he lost his momentum. He lost half of his infestors, if not more than that, then and there. That was GG. That was game. That was game then and there. GG, well played. With that, Cure takes the lead, and now we're jumping into game number 2. Let's go. Let us go. We're jumping into game 2. We're going to be loading into Tourmaline. Let's go. And spawning in the right-hand corner of Tourmaline, we have the Teal Zerg player. The Teal Zerg player, the German Zerg representing Shopify. It is Lambo. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the Red Terran representing Team Liquid. It is Cure. We go. Is this it? Casito, papi, casito. But yeah, it was a really shaky start for Lambo as well, winding it all the way back to the beginning. If you remember, Lambo, he initially started against Q with Lingbane Hydra, which was a really interesting decision, and in the end it just wasn't worth it, just because it was trading so poorly against the battle mech. Again, Lingbane Hydra has potential if you're able to surround and lock down the army, but because the Lambo had so little creep spread, he never really had the opportunity to. I think there were 2 moments where he was able to lock down some cyclones, but outside of that, he was bullied by the battle mech, and he was punished for not embracing a roach-based army instead. So Lambo, he was bleeding out a lot of resources, a lot of units. But now we're getting into our next game. For those that are curious, Harstem, I believe he often does cast with Wardy, and for whatever reason, I think Wardy, he has Discord on mute or on deafen or something, or he doesn't have notifications on. So that's Harstem letting him know to pick up the phone, baby, pick up the phone. Este Harstem. For those that are unaware, Harstem and Wardy are best friends? Question mark. If you remember, it was like a month ago. 2 months ago, Harstem was actually Wardy's best man. Like Wardy, he had his wedding, he got married. It was like, I think 2 months ago at this point. And Harstem was his best man. He was there for his boy. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Again, we covered that during the podcast earlier this year. As behind this, Cure does go for a 3rd CC before starport. So once again, we have a standard economic open out to Cure. Lambo expanding towards Cure. Okay, very interesting expansion location for Lambo. This base is often not taken, and this is a really bold move. Bearing in mind that there is terrain here that can help punish this base. This is the most difficult base to take and maintain. So best of luck. Best of luck to Lambo. Okay, show us what you got. Show us what you got. I would imagine that this is going to lead Lambo into playing roaches. Like, often if you expand towards your opponent like this, you're going to be getting to roach-based play, into roach-based aggression, I would imagine. So we'll keep an eye on the tech of choice from Lambo. But now getting into link speed. Cure is going for the add-on swap, once again into Hellion Banshee. Now, last game, the tell that Cure was going into mech was he was using his Rax to scout and to hunt down the Overlord, and he was not really concerned with add-ons, but here we have a much faster add-on. It looks like bio play out of Cure. Okay. So it did whip out mech and did have success with mech in game 1, but it's going to calm down coming into game 2. It makes sense. This map is much more difficult to be defensive on and to turtle up on. Much more difficult. There it is. Stim is on the way. No cloak. Harstem and Wardy's wedding, that's wholesome. I mean, he was his best man. Like, that was... I don't necessarily know everyone that was at the wedding, but I know that I think Risky was there, Zombrigub was there, Pig, El Chanchito, Fear Dragon. I think Euthermal was there. I think that's it. I think those are all the people that I was able to point out. From my memory. It's Harstem, Euthermal, Loco, Zombrigub, Pig, Spear Dragon. Yeah. From our community. Obviously, there were more people there than from their personal lives. But those are the SC2 personalities I could point out in the crowd. Yeah, they're good friends. Look, I said Loco. I said Loco. What he said. I think the best part about the wedding, of course, no disrespect, but the best part of the wedding was that whenever you had the audience stands, Harstem would tower over everyone. Like Harstem's a tall boy, Pap. He's a tall boy, and he definitely did stand out. It's a good like 3 feet above everyone else. It's like, oh my god, Este Harstem. It's like crash down, Papi, crash down. Hi. But here we go. Here we go. We're going to be getting into our game. So far, it's been pretty standard, though. It's been a third CC into Banshee play, no cloak, getting into his bio follow-up, much more standard. Meanwhile, when it came to Lambo's expansion, I expected this to be like a forward launch pad to be aggressive, and it has been allowing him to spread creep more aggressively here in the center, but is going into Lingbane. Just going into Lingbane, getting a 4th base, getting a 5th base, droning up behind this. Nothing too crazy, nothing too special. I say that he's opting to go for the pits before Hydroden, if I recall correctly. Yes, no Hydroden. So basically, Lambo is going Lingbane into Ultra. Like, that is the goal. That is the win conditioning for Lambo. It is a little bit risky to try to do this without, you know, a Hydroden or a Spire or any further attack. This tells me that Lambo is very vulnerable to drop play. As you can imagine, the anti-air for Lambo is limited to Queens. He has no Hydras, no Mutas, no Corruptors, or anything like that. So drop play can excel. Meanwhile, very nice links around. Locks down the Hellions. Locks down the Hellions. Cure pushing in. Lambo does catch out the Marines as well. A bit of miscontrol out of Cure. You can see the Medivacs, they just abandoned the Marines. Yeah, so Cure with what looks to be maybe a bit of an F2 or a bit of a control group issue there. But throws away Marines, and Lambo has momentum. He has momentum. He has maintained map control. The Hive is on the way, and again, he's one step closer to Ultras, right? Ultras, that's kind of the goal here. Lambo is almost there. He has Cure. He's being active with drops that only drops, right? He can only really deny some creep. Cure, he does get a Gas Geyser. He does get one Gas Geyser behind this that leaves on 8 Raxes. He only has one Factory. He's going for 3 base all in. Okay, so 3 base all in at a Cure. Once again, Cure is not looking. Oh, Jesus. Leading out Marines. Distract on left, losing more Marines here. Yeah, Cure has been slipping up his control. He's been slipping up, and remember, he plans on ending the game soon. Cure not taking his gas is indicative here that you won't get a second factory, you won't get a 4th CC. This is a 3 base all-in out of Cure, but it is a weakened all-in because he's bled out so many Marines already. So far, 31 Marines have gone down. Imagine this push with 31 Marines. I mean, Cure, he'd be maxed. He'd be maxed. So this all-in is weaker for Cure. And Lambo's going for the counterattack. And there's just so much creep here to buy time. So Lambo, he can just posture, he can defend with the bare minimum, and he's going for, oh, actually, never mind, he's setting up for a surround. Okay. Yeah, setting up for the full surround. He comes in from the south, from the top, from the bottom. Collapses on the tanks. And should clean everything up. And tank count's going to be reset. Shuts down most of the bio. And remember, the longer this goes on, the better it is for Lambo. This is an all-in. Like, there's no 4th. There's no 4th. There's no further tech. Kira needs to end the game with this, or at least cripple. He's got to do more. And Lambert can even afford to lose this expansion, right? Like Lambert, he's got the northern base, he has the southern base as well. This center expansion can be given up if need be. Can give it up. Once again, setting up for the surround. Coming in for a flank. And once again, just collapsing the army. Bailey's there, crash in. To shut down the Marines, and Lambert, he will make a series out of this. May have lost in game 1 against the mech, but here in game 2, he shuts down the bio tank. Forces back Cure and does capitalize on his mistakes. Again, Cure, he was slipping up in the mid game. He was bleeding out so many Marines. As we mentioned, 31 Marines were killed in the mid game. Weakening the push, slowing down the all-in. And there it is. Cure, he admits that the all-in has failed. 4th CC, a very late 4th expansion. This is Cure admitting that he cannot end the game anymore, that the game will continue, and that he has to try to macro. But it's late. It's very late. 3-3 has already begun for Lambert. We have the Ultra Cavern on the way. We have the Viper production as well. And will Cure even survive until the Ultras? As the Ultra Cavern is done. So far, Lambert just keeping up the drops. Liberators are being annoying. I mean, I say annoying, they're getting some damage done. 9 drones. 9 drones go down. This is distracting Lambo. This is giving Cure the freedom to expand. Just because Lambo's been so busy. And Lambo, he should shut this down. Even if it's an inefficient fight, he should do what it takes to break the space. And to make sure that Cure doesn't stabilize. If Cure can get this 4th base up and running, then Cure can make a game out of this. But he shouldn't be able to. Landing thoughts are coming in. And nice spotting cat here on the bio. Thing being rolls forward. The mine. Oh my god, the mine shots. Jesus, the mine shots are insane. And Cure, he will defend. Oh, yeah. Those are some crazy mine shots. Cure holds on at the same time. Nice run by, nice counterattack. 13 SCVs go down. So Cure, he defends against the main army, but he is still caught with the backstab. Still caught up by the run by. Cure's moving in. Another lane counterattack. It does get 4 and it does get an extra SCV. Now Ultras are reviving. Lambert, one of the boys getting desperate. Lambert is getting desperate here. Decent blinding clouds. Lambert is holding. He's holding on. And with help of the Ultras, he should have enough. It's going to be close. Remember, there are no ghosts. No ghosts, just Marines, Marauders, and Liberators. Here he's barely holding on. Fungal doesn't quite land. But the Ultras are enough. Yeah, they're enough. Lambert, he holds, he defends, he cleans up the bio army here. Cure, he is down to, barely any mining here. He's down to 50 SCVs. Cure cannot maintain himself. Here, Lambert should be fine. Lambo, he's already rebuilt, he's already remaxed. We have 5 more ultras on the way. We have Microbial Shroud on the way as well. I don't think that's quite necessary, but sure, it'll help. We get to see the new Microbial Shroud for like the 3rd time this patch. It's been a very rare upgrade, but it has its place, has its uses. Oh, and nice power bombs. As Lambo does trickle in. Catching out more drops. Cure landing his main base as he has floated over. Floats over the main. Again, Lambo being a little bit wasteful here, but overall he's still just getting more damage. Yeah, still just trading. He's still just out trading. Nice fungal. Ultras they collapse in. And this base should fall. Yeah, the base should fall. GG gets called. Lambo ties up the series. We are going to the ace match. GG. Whew. GG, well played. We're going to game 3. Again, Cure, he had originally built up towards a 3-base all-in. He built up into an 8-rax, but in the lead up to the all-in, he was very wasteful when it came to his army. He lost so many Marines in the lead up. This made sure that the all-in was weaker. It meant that it was delayed and later as well. Every second that passed did give Lambo more time to build up his forces, get ready for the counterattack, and to shut down Cure. Not just that, but also because of the terrain, because of the map itself, it is so much easier to surround the army. We saw that Lambo time and time again was coming in from behind, had multiple attack paths, very open center of course, and was able to lock down Cure, I believe twice in his attempt at all-in. GG. GG, well played. So again, very nice defense there from Lambo, and Cure with a fumbled mid-game and fumbled aggression. And with that, we're getting into the ace match. We'll see how this story ends as we load into Winter Madness. Let's go. And let's go. Is Lambo semi-retired? No. Lambo, he's been full-time, right? This entire time. As spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Winter Madness, we have the German Zerg player. We have the Teal Zerg. Representing Shellfire Rebellion, it is Lambo. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the South Korean Terran player. We have the Red Terran representing Team Liquid. It is Cure. We go. But no, Lambo, he's playing as he always does. The thing with Lambo is, we did mention this previously, Lambo, he often does not play in online cups and in online tournaments. Lambo, he usually only does really focus on like major premier events. He's mentioned this before, but he doesn't really like online tournament formats, just because of the downtime, just because of being covered and casted on a regular basis. Like, he's just not very fond of it. So he often does avoid open cups, which is why we appreciate that he's here, right? It's quite rare to see Lambo in an open cup, so really cool to see him. Despite the fact that he's not very fond of it. The downside of that is, as he's expressed himself, and it kind of feeds into itself, is that Lambo, he often lacked motivation to compete and improve unless there's a big major premier event, and often the online tournaments and open cups don't really do it for him. So that's often why he has a bit of a spike during the season, during the on season of StarCraft, and then he dips down, then he spikes up, then he dips down. Again, it just depends on whether or not he has something to work towards. But that is something he's been vocal about. From here, we are going to be building up. And again, so far we have made our way into the ace match. We're going to be loading into Winter Madness. Winter Madness is a much larger map in the map pool, much larger map, longer rushes to spike round, more defendable. If Cure were to be a little bit more passive and defensive, this would be ideal. We could even see mech here. Like, this is the most defensive map in the current tournament map pool. So this is going to favor the Terran player if they decide to be a little bit more defensive, or I say even defensive, I say they can still be active with drops while turtling up with his reinforcements, with tanks, with Bio, with SimCity as well. This is going to be a much more difficult map for Lambo to be aggressive on. Now, I say that there are ways to be aggressive on Winter Madness. This is where Mutaplay is more viable, right? Especially with the buff to the Spire, with it reducing and taking less time, with it being more accessible, we could see Mutaplay instead out of Lambo on Winter Madness. Seen it quite a bit, could see it again. We go, as Lambo does take his third. Once again does expand towards the Terran player. The downside is it's more exposed, the upside is that he can spread creep faster across the map. I do like this specifically on Winter Madness though, just because the likelihood of Cure being aggressive is much lower. Don't watch Wardy a lot, but I truly respect his hustle and dedication to StarCraft. Yeah, for sure, for sure. Like Wardy, he has dedicated a lot to StarCraft. I would say Wardy costs less nowadays. Like we've done the math. We cost more StarCraft than anyone else out there. But reality is that he's been costing for longer, right? It's like, especially during Heart of the Swarm, like Wardy alongside Base Trade, right? Like they were grinding hard, very very hard during Heart of the Swarm. Into Early Legacy. As from here, we're just building up. Third TC into Banshee play. Once again, just standard opener. Oh, and we brought it up for a reason. We spoke about how mech would be ideal in this map just because this is the most defensive map in the map pool. And there it is, mech. Mech once again, not a cure. Oh boy. So it's going to be difficult for Lambert to punish this. Once again, I'll reiterate that Mutaplay is an option. Is going to be an option here for Lambo if he did want to go for a Spire, but we can see that Lambo, he went for a standard timing with the Lair. He's going double Eva Chamber. This is indicative of Ling Bane, not of Mutaplay. Oh, even going for Hyperflight Rotors. Okay. Banshees move in. 2 Banshees into the main base. And they will one-shot. 3 drone kills so far, not bad. So this is going to be a battle mech composition with Banshee supports. Because we're getting into Hyperflight Rotors, the plan is to continue Banshee production. And ooh, Lambo is yet to confirm. Just now going in, just now confirms all the factories. Now he knows. And now he knows he was already going into 1-1 upgrades, which means he might once again go into Ling Bane Hydra. I'm still not very fond of Ling Bane Hydra against mech, but I mean that's what we have. It's difficult to make a hard switch into Roaches from here, but we'll see. Just because he's already invested so much and so heavily into Ling Bane. Yeah, he's going for the pit. Okay. With that, he can get safety infestors. Is he going to skip Hydras entirely? No shot. Queens are... They should hold their own. They're quite tanky. Okay. He's not skipping Hydra, so it is going to be Ling Bane Hydra. Meanwhile, the Hellions, they do burn through all those Lings. They break through the Lings. We have Ling Bane trying to collapse in, but once again, the Hellions, they should shut that down. As long as they avoid this around. They're now pulling away. The Queens, they do survive. Queens deflect. Banshees move in for a backstab. And we have still more Hellions reinforcing. Banshees, they poke in. Same time, Hellions, they do bust into the mineral line. Oof. Bursting up drones. Nice Bailey connections though. So 16 drones go down, but the Baileys, they will clean this up. Not the most efficient fight here from Lambo. Sorry, from Cure, to say. As Cure will lose the army. So an expensive trade. That was 21 Hellions for 18 drones. And of course, the Link Bay. So a bit of a back and forth. Banshees did survive. And behind this, now we're switching into more Cyclones. Switching into that battle mech. With the pit being done, we should be working towards Infestors soon. Now, once again, the goal and the advantage here of going Lane Bane Hydra against mech is that it's very mobile, and ideally you want to surround. Ideally, you do want to lock down and surround the Cyclones, and be able to outposition the Terran player. Be able to outposition the mech. If you fail to do so, then in a head-on fight, the mech player is favored for sure. Are going to be favored. So again, it's just it's a very glass cannon kind of setup here for Lambo. Ooh, as the Banshees, they find more damage. They get a queen, they get one, they get two, they get three. Jesus, 3 queens go down. That does cost him a couple of Banshees though. It's 2 Banshees with 3 queens. Now to make once again poking in, denying creep. See, Curie peels off a couple of Hellions into the mineral line. 4 Hellions for 5 drones. Banshees pull away. Jesus, nice catch. Catching all 3 Banshees. Meanwhile, Curie does catch every single queen. Oh, that's 6 queens going down. Lambo setting up with this around. This is his moment. Yeah, this is his moment, but the Hellbats morph in. Uh-oh. But that's Curie's trapped, and Curie should lose this army. Should be a bigger win for Lambo. Collapsing in. Knocks down most of the Hellbats. And we'll clean this up. But nice control, even pulls away the links towards the end and making sure they are as efficient as possible. And Curie will lose most of his army. Lambo has map control. Let's go. He has control, he has momentum. Now is the time to counterattack. Hydras, they zone away the Hellions. Lambo, he'll max out. He maxes out. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to counterattack. I feel like this is a bit of a missed opportunity here. Cure, I mean, the bases are very spread out, and Cure, he would be out positioned if he tried to hit top left. Lambo, he was a little bit more passive. 5 more turns. Yeah, it's Curie. He's been given time to rebuild. Okay, so Curie's rebuilt, he's remaxed. He's working on his bank. And meanwhile, we have lurkers. Okay. Lurker. We got one lurker here for Lambo. Interesting. Lambo going for the center left expansion. Gets a full surround. And we'll bring it down. Nice snipe at the same time he does go for center right. Taking down 2 bases. Very nice. This base will be just retaken. So one base is going to be retaken instantly, but the other did go down. So not bad here for Lambo, trading out his army for 2 expansions. This slows down the economy, that is true, but the main army from Kira is still looking terrifying. Kira is still up in army supply. And Kira just has to avoid this around. Remember, earlier he overextended, so he has to be so careful with his movement. Hallies peel off into the mineral line. Oof. Nice use of A-Link, so that's still going to be 13 dead workers. Drones go down. Lambo collapsing in. At least trying to. Gets a CC. Does get 1, does get 2. Okay. 2 more CCs going down. Brings down the planetary. Going for another base. Lambo being very active, knocking down these bases back and forth. Kira just cannot get a 5th. Sorry, he cannot get a 4th. Just can't get his 4th up and running. We're getting messy. Unlike your mothership, Kira, he doesn't have a bank to be able to switch into BCs and into Thors. Like that was something that only was allowed for Kira just because he had a massive economy and a massive base count. That is not the case here. So he is stuck with his battle mech army. I say that he's now switching into mass tank, okay? He's making that switch. A little bit surprised that we still don't have any infestors. Again, it's so difficult to surround this kind of army and get the setup for it, but infestors do actually alleviate some of that. So I can just lock down the army with a spell. With fungals. So a little bit surprising we never really got there. Lurker upgrades are done. We have 1 lurker morphing in. Jesus. Kira's maxed. Kira still has, I would say, the better army. Comes down to the engage. Lambo coming in from behind. Nice kiting here against the Link Bane. And Bailey's they crash into mainly tanks. Yeah, Curie takes the fight. He takes the fight, pushes in, going for the expansion. Lambo, he has to give it up. Let's get the hell out of here. And again, that was just a really rough engage from Lambo. I would have preferred this if we had just gone for the counterattack from the beginning. But it's going for the run by. Oh, but this is planetary. The planetary is done. Army turns around. And Kira, he will defend. He will lose a couple of tanks. But Lambert's hurting. Lambert's hurting, he's in danger. He's got the 1 random lurker. Drew, I guess. No, never mind. Oof. Secure has momentum. Taking another base. On the one hand, Curious had a really hard time getting a 4th and 5th. So was Lambo. Like, Lambo's also been struggling to expand. Not getting his 5th base. His drone up to 80. Curie does keep splitting up. This time doesn't get the base, but he will get another. The nice bottom left. And still has top right. Oh, now going to Mass Viper. I mean, this will help. He can abduct the Cyclones. Abduct tanks. Jesus, but there's nothing to defend. No, you'll lose the mineral line. 13 drones go down. Lambert's out of position. And Lambert was hurting. And Vipers are great and all, but there are still so many Cyclones left over. Locals, they don't care about your blinding clouds. Meanwhile, center base is denied. Hellions, they bust into top right. They get another mineral line. The base. And they're looking for a way in. Oof. And he will get some kind of damage done. Center left going down. We spoke earlier how Curie couldn't really afford switching to BCs yet, but hey, now we go to 5 bases, and here come the battle cruisers. Oh. And Lambert's not ready for this. He's not ready for BCs. The lurkers are getting cornered. Lambert, he cannot get out. He will lose everything, and losing 4 lurkers across the map. Ay, ay, ay. I say 4, that was 5. It's 5 lurkers going down. Reacting. Rotating. Now, the problem with BCs as they arrive, I believe there's no... Sorry, there is a greater Spire, but there's no Corruptors currently. There's no upgrades for the Spire either. So no upgrades. Lack of Corruptors. Lack of anti-air. Nice run by. BCs are revealed early. Okay. BCs are revealed. Lambert has time to react. He's going to bleed out a lot of Zerglings in the process. Jeez, oh my god. At the same time, Lambert moving in. He bleeds off 50 Lings. But once again, denies some of the expansions. So models are popping off. Cyclones react. The lurkers are a little bit too far behind. So we're just getting free damage here. Free lurkers. As lurkers are getting cornered, more lurkers going down. Down to 6. And it's just been really chaotic. Like there's not been much else going on. Just like constant run bys, counterattacks. Like both players are hurting economically. Lambert's down to 65 workers. Curie's down to 54. We're floating over the main base. That's how desperate Cure is for an economy. Meanwhile, drones, they transfer over and the center base goes down. They're both broke back. Not like this. Okay, what's the mining looking like? We've been here before. So the center base, we're out. We're out of minerals. We're out of mining. Same with the naturals. Same with the main. What do we have at the triangular third? Nothing here either. There's one expansion essentially. Lambert's got 1 base mining, and even then, it's mining out as well. So Lambert's down to 1. And the scary thing for Cure is that he has a relatively untouched base on the left side and in the center as well. Because these bases were denied for so long, there's still a lot of resources available here for Cure. Meanwhile, Lambert's already mined out. Like Lambert's been that much less. He's been that much less efficient. He's already mined out. This right side now is the most important area of the map for Lambo, And he cannot lose these bases, not again. So he's turtling up, We have spine crawlers, spore crawlers, a line of lurkers. Lambo, he recognizes just how important this position is. He does recognize. Infestor production has begun. And we'll see if Lambo can lock this area down. Meanwhile, because of this game state, Kuriki has no planetaries, true, so run-bys are going to be that much more effective, as the bases cannot defend themselves. Lambo working towards Microbial Shroud, making 6 more Infestors. Now, once again, with a very high Infestor army, Lambo has a lot of potential to win the fight. He can neural the tanks, neural the BCs, neural the Liberators. A lot of this will come down to the neurals. He can, of course, fungal the Battle Mech. But we do have a better response this time. Cure, he's switching into Ghost production. Now, the ideal, like the late game composition for Terran and TVZ is Mech Ghost. Like, Mech Ghost in combination, like, is kind of the perfect army. So Curie's getting there. As Ghost, their EMP is going to be crucial. I mean, it snipes as well, I suppose. But if you can EMP those Infestors, that can be game. Vipers are revealed. EMP does graze the Vipers. Meanwhile, the Infestors that were lagging behind, now they're coming in. How many Infestors do we have? 20! Oh, Jesus. That's a lot of Infestors. That's arguably too many Infestors, to be honest. We gotta be careful. It's one of those moments where Lambo, he's got to split this up into like 3 different control groups and make sure he doesn't run in with everything at once. There we go. Ideally, he wants to split up some of these Infestors. If they clump up, then 1 or 2 EMPs will catch all of them. So you want to keep them spread. Lords are morphing in. Currently, there are no Corruptors. 3, sorry. Seduction, but oof, the spells still go up. And the armor missile does connect. Base is going down. Brood Lords are extending. Oof, sniping 2 Broods. Again, Lambo cannot afford to lose this position. Gas Geyser goes down. Lambo setting for a counterattack instead. Shots going off. Here, what's the plan? Here he gets within range of the mineral line. Ooh, he will deny mining. We spoke about it. This is the most important base here for Lambo. At the same time, Cure is also denied mining as well. Lambo cutting Cure off. SCVs. Oh my god, they rally into the lurkers. Massive lurker shots getting 12 SCV kills. And Lambo's going for the kill. He's going for the kill. I'm still concerned about the 20 Infestors, that he has too many. But sure. EMP doesn't quite connect. But Lambo will lose 2 Infestors. Down to 18. Down to 18. Cure, he's going for the counterattack. He does get a full mineral line, and this is all the mining. This is the only mining left for Lambo. He will lose his expansion. No economy. What you see is what you get. Now, this is still a very efficient army. Oh, the snipes! Oh my god. Snipes that catch out all the lurkers. There's 4 lurkers left. So we teleport back home. Oh, sorry, teleports so actually to the left-hand side, denying more mining. It just ensuring that Lambert has no economy. So unsteady here for Cure. And mass neural on the Thors. We have again 18 infestors left. So it comes down to the EMPs. If the infestors get EMP'd, then that's game. So much riding on this. EMPs, they connect with 2 infestors, but remember there's still 16 left. Production is going down. Remember, Cure still has mining. He still has center left and top right, so he still has mining going on. He still has production. Lambert, his production tab is empty because Lambert's broke. Like Lambert, he has no money. He has no mining. Ooh, he attempts a neural. He attempts going for the chain fungal and going for the microbo shot instead. Lambert panicking a little bit here. Yeah, he should not fight head on. He should not fight head on like this. And Lambert, he will lose everything. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, BC's overwhelmed, and this is not the fight to take. GG gets called. And Cure, he will overwhelm. He will take the series 2-1, advancing on to the semi-finals. GG. GG, well played. I mean, Lambert was in a worse position just because his armor was getting smaller and smaller over time. In the end, he just went for it. Just went for that one final fight. Again, as we mentioned, in a head-on fight, Lambert had a worse composition. Ideally, he did want to pick away at the army and make best use of his infestors, just catching key units here and there, but alas, did commit. GG. GG, well played. Cure will advance on into the next round, into the semi-finals. GG. GG, well played. With that, we are going to be going on a short break. We're going to be going on a short break. When we come back, we will have the semis. We'll have Cure versus MaxPax, and that lead into the grand finals. When it comes to this series here, again, really impressive play out of Lambo to force Cure to the ace match is really impressive. Really impressive play, considering that Lambo has been a little bit less active as of late. To see him taking it to Cure is an impressive feat, 100%. When it comes to Cure's play, we saw that on Tourmaline, he had a bit of a harder time. I mean, the map was working against him there. Like, Tourmaline is very, very difficult to not get surrounded on. Meanwhile, we still had a really intense back and forth, whether it was a game 1 on Mothership or game 3 here on Winter Madness. We saw so much action, so much engagements going on with non-stop counterattacks, bases going down, hatcheries going down, CCs going down as well. It was very chaotic. At the end of the day, it still just came down to the economy. It came down to the fact that Cure had defendable mining bases, MaxPax, oh sorry, and Lambert didn't. Right, Lambert, he didn't. GG. GG, well played. He was just torn apart, so couldn't maintain his own economy, and in the end, Cure did take it. But with that, again, we're going to be cutting to a break, so we'll see you guys soon after the break with Cure versus MaxPax in the semis. See you soon. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Ooh, hope you enjoyed that lovely brutal OSCs. We returned with the second half of the broadcast. Ooh, we were able to, of course, feature Limb versus Cure previously, and it was a very intense back and forth. And I think this is what I do appreciate out of the new version of TVZ mech nowadays. I don't know if you noticed, but it was very intense, very back and forth. It was not necessarily as momentum based as it was previously with the strength of the previous Cyclone. Here we did have, of course, Limbo having his own moments where he could counterattack, knock down more bases, even build up a high infestor count as well. But it did come down to the lack of defense, the lack of economy that Limbo was able to maintain himself, as things were getting as chaotic as they were. GG well played. It was a really fun series. But now we're going to be following Cure into the semifinals, where he faces off against MaxPax in a TVP matchup. Here we go. Going to be jumping into Terran versus Protoss. Game 1 is going to be on the Old Republic. Oh boy. Here we go. We are going to be loading in. And spawning in the top right-hand corner of the Old Republic, we have the Danish Protoss player. We have the red Protoss representing Psystorm Gaming. It is MaxPax. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the blue Terran representing Team Liquid. It is Cure. Here we go. We have our TVP, and again, welcome to the Old Republic. It is a very large map in the map pool, very large map, very open as well, has very accessible fourth base locations, which does make it difficult to turtle up and defend on 4 bases. So we do often, because of that, I do favor Protoss coming into the mid to late game. We'll see how Cure will handle himself and how he will approach the problem that is the Old Republic. Oh boy. We shall see. Again, when it comes to our setup here, when it comes to the map itself, it is very open. It is a larger map, longer rush distance by ground. Specifically the fourth base. The fourth base is very difficult to defend. You can see just how massive the entrance here on the right hand side. When it comes to the low ground fourth base, also very accessible as well. So trying to take that more defensive stance can be difficult for whoever doesn't have map control. True, to be fair. It does go both ways. As a result, we actually have seen a lot of 2-base all-ins on this map from the side of Terran to try to end the game early, to attempt to. And we'll see if that trend continues. When I'm MaxPax still spoke in. We'll delay the CC as it is going to be thrown down at 500 minerals. Jesus, I had more than that. Oh my god. Yeah, at 540 minerals there, so nice delay by MaxPax. Delays for a good chunk of time. What's behind this? MaxPax is building up. From here, waiting for our tech of choice, waiting to see if we go for a Twilight Council or a Stargate. I wouldn't be opposed to a Stargate opener here. I think it is still a little bit risky just because of the prevalence of all-ins that we have seen on the Old Republic. We'll see what he goes for. Twilight Council. Okay, going for his Twilight Council instead. Getting into Blink. From here, we'll see how greedy he's going to be, whether he goes 2-gate Blink, 3-gate, or 4-gate Blink Stalker. We'll also keep an eye on the gases and keep an eye on the robo timing as well. So eyes are on MaxPax. On the flip side here, we do have a Cure getting his own factory. Again, it was an economic opener at a Cure with a faster command center, or attempted faster command center. Ooh, Cure going for a 3rd CC further back in the main. Okay, 3 CC 111 at a Cure, assuming it's going to be a starport, not a second Rax. But very greedy from our Terran player. Bold move. So I do like this. From this opener, Cure, he's going to be rushing to a very fast 3rd base. He's going to be rushing into 2-base saturation as well. So he will have a boosted economy, and he will have a big power spike in the mid game. This builds up into a power spike once the 3rd base gets saturated. Technically, this can still go into mech, by the way. We mentioned earlier that Cure, he has been embracing mech, and he does mix it into a series against Zerg and against Protoss. So we'll see what production buildings are thrown down. For now, looks standard. Yeah, we're going for the racks. Going for the racks, going for bio play. No starboard inside, no add-on swap. As it is, so when it comes to MaxPax's build, it is going to be 2 gates, sorry, 3. So 3 gates into a Gas Geyser that is natural, into a Robo, into a delayed 3rd expansion. So safe build. Very safe build here by MaxPax. This tells me that he has map control, he can apply some pressure while he expands. And it's going to be on MaxPax to get as much damage as possible. Remember, this is a greedy build. It's a greedy build from Cure. So it's on MaxPax to try to disrupt. MaxPax failed to scout and failed to confirm what's going on. Well, the other option would have been MaxPax being greedier and trying to beat him in that game of greed by cutting quarters himself. But he blinks in. Yeah, he dies on the bunker. Bunker will go down. No repair. No tank either. Yeah, the tank is further back. Bunker is delayed. Marines getting picked off. Ooh. Again, so far, very nice control here by MaxPax. As MaxPax hasn't lost any stalkers. Remember, there's only 1 tank. Okay, there you go. Second tank in the main. Stalkers, they pick up a handful of SCVs. Catch a couple Marines as well. Not bad. And again, the pressure's on just to get whatever damage you can, just to slow down Cure. Slow him down. As MaxPax sees an opening once again, does get the bunker. Goes down. Behind this, not working towards Storm, working towards Colossus. We have the Bay on the way, Colossus production on the horizon. Working towards Colossi. And so far, MaxPax is containing his opponent, getting a 4th base up and running, building up back at home, looking very comfortable. The goal and the purpose here should just be for MaxPax to wait for Cure to break out, as he is now, and then move in. As Cure breaks out from his contain, War Prism into the main base, there's the Cyclone in position, and we do see a defense. Yeah, Cure, he will defend, he deflects the Prism. So far, so good. So far, so good. Cure expands. So far, so good. Cure gets his 3rd base. MaxPax did get some damage, of course. MaxPax able to get some bunkers, pick up a couple of Marines, but overall, Cure has been able to get his 3rd up and running. As Cure moves out, MaxPax moves in. No shot, he kills the CC. No shot. Nice force field, zones back the army. The CC is under fire. 2 more volleys. Can he get a kill? He can. Oh my god. Kills the 3rd base, and Cure, the whole purpose of this build was to get a fast 3rd, and he will lose the 3rd base. That should not have happened. Cure was out of position. Cure, he was out of position. He had the army to defend, not where he needed to be, and Cure is getting picked apart. Nice juggling, nice control. Cure, he's committed. He's gonna commit. Gotta find some damage. Still by catching reinforcements. And MaxPax has plenty of time to warp in. Plenty of time. It's just how large the map is. Oof. Yeah, Zelda gets into the mineral line. 7 more CVs going down. Cure, he still commits. He does not turn around. Cure still wants to collapse in. Minds cheeky moves out of Cure. Very cheeky. Once again, nice juggling. The Stalker count is being thinned out. Cure, can he get on top of the Colossus? Oh, can he? He can. He barely can try, but alas, the juggling is too good. Zelda coming to reinforce. GG gets called. The all-in fails, and MaxPax takes game number 1. Oh, GG. GG, well played. MaxPax does take a lead in the series. Again, Cure, he initially got away with his build. Like, he was rushing to a third base. He was able to land his third base on location. He had minimal losses against the Stalkers. Cure was in a good position to get into the mid game. And then he got caught out of position. Cure, if you remember, he was pushing through the center. As he moved through the center, we saw the Stalkers rotate to the third base and killed the third. They killed the third base, and that was game. That was game then and there. Or I should say, that forced Cure into an all-in. That's why Cure sent everything across the map. The problem is that his all-in was stifled. He was losing reinforcements, losing SEVs, and because the map is so large, MaxPax had plenty of time to warp in defensively and get a second Colossus. Now, it wasn't that easy of a defense. I should say, I should give credit to MaxPax's control. His Warp Prism micro was on point. He controlled well, he microed well, and he was able to shut down the all-in. GG, well played. With that, MaxPax takes a lead, and now we're loading into game number 2. And again, Cure's early game was solid. Like, it was fine. Like, he was getting into a third base. It just came down to him losing his third. That should not have happened. And now we're getting into game 2, and spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Winter Madness, we have the Danish Protoss player. We have the red Protoss leading the series 1-0. It is MaxPax. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the South Korean Terran player. We have the blue Terran for Team Liquid. It is Cure. Here we go. So we're getting into game 2 here, potentially the final game of the series. The pressure is on Cure to recover as we load into Winter Madness. This is the most defensive map of the map pool. We spoke about this previously. We saw Cure embrace Mech here against Zerg, against Lambo previously in our broadcast. We'll see what he goes for this time. Mech technically is still on the table here against MaxPax. I'll be honest, I wouldn't be opposed to seeing Cure go for a faster third CC here, but I am opposed to going for a faster third CC after game 1, right? You know me, I'm not too fond of going for the same style and the same strategy 2 games in a row in a series, so that's where the pressure's on Cure to bring something different to the table. Meanwhile, because the map is so large and so defensive, this does mean that MaxPax, if he wants to, has the opportunity to go for a Stargate. Like, Stargate play and a Stargate opener is viable here for MaxPax. It is an option. Show us what you got. For now, we're calming down. Once again, economic opener, Rax expand out of Cure. Going for his economic start. Last game, this led into the fast third TC. This time, we'll see if he goes for a faster Rax, faster starport. We'll see. See in chat, Virtuoso, is this live or a rerun? As the bots did respond to you, this is live, of course, but this is a replay cast. We don't have reruns on this channel, so you might be a little bit newer to the channel, but I think we might have had one rerun in like 6 years of casting, I think. And even then, I think it was, I think, didn't we restream Alima League initially? Which was like a quote-unquote rerun. I think we did that with the Alima League. Oh, as it does shade across the map, will delay the CC. But again, this is a live cast, but it is via replays. It should say replay cast in the title of the Twitch stream and the YouTube stream, and just all the streams should state replay cast. The cast itself is live. As this will delay, this is actually a big delay on the CC here. Bearing in mind, remember, Cure, he went ranked expand. This is meant to be economic. It's meant to be an economic start. And Cure, his opener has been disrupted. Behind this, I was curious. He's going for his 1-1-1 into additional Raxes. Setting up for the mine drop. But a shaky start for Cure. Oh, as it was even off center. Oh. It was even off center. But is going to be by it. Meanwhile, MaxPax is going to blink. How many gateways? We have 2. We have 2 in the main base, and we have 1 at the natural, so 3 gate blink into a robo. Fun fact, same build. This is the same build we saw last game. Same build, same response, and once again, MaxPax is moving out with the Stalkers to apply pressure, just like last game. And again, this opener, this build that MaxPax is going for is the standard. It's the go-to. Snipes the Hellion. Doesn't get the Widow Mine, but will delay the drop. And nice interception by MaxPax. Remember, this drop is meant to get across the map to get some damage, but also, more importantly, to scout. To see what's going on. Oh, blink is done. Nice control. Shuts down the Widow Mine. Breaking away the Marines. Gets 1. Gets 2. 2 Marines get picked off. And he wants more. He's going to get a 3rd. 3rd Marine goes down. Remember, no bunker. There's no safety bunker here, so MaxPax is free to pick away at the army. Widow Mine drop comes in. MaxPax pulls away. Base out the shot. Oh, nice retargeting. Very nice. Does retarget, does delay. Cure being as annoying as possible. There we go. He gets 2 probes. 1 more than should have happened. And thanks to the drop, the Stalkers are stuck at home. Right, so we have less Stalkers across the map. So Cure is safer. Four Stalkers can one-shot SCVs, so MaxPax can still find some economic damage. Making his way into the main. Stalkers are back in, they get 3 SCV kills. Four SCV kills in the main base, not bad. Doesn't lose any Stalkers. Ooh, and Cure, he's actually hiding his Raxes. My apologies. He's got 3. He's got 3 more Raxes behind this. No add-ons, 2-base all-in. So Cure is going for the 2-base all-in. He can pull the boys with this. But before we can get into his all-in, MaxPax is here to slow him down. Getting some SCVs, denying the starport. Zoning back Cure. And did MaxPax spot this? He saw 2. Yeah, he saw 2 Raxes behind the mineral line and behind or next to the gas geyser. Once again, just to reiterate, because there are no add-ons here and because there's no further upgrades, there's no eBay, there's no +1, this is a 2-base all-in. There's nothing setting up for a further game state, for a longer game. Marine drop does force a recall, and Cure, he can soon send it across the map. It's going to be all or nothing. All or nothing here. Let's focus on some of the probes. Because of the recall, now Cure, he is free to just move out. And here we go. He pulls the boys. The boys are being pulled. The game will end. Either Cure kills MaxPax or he dies trying. Here come the boys. Cure setting up ahead of time here. We'll get a Stalker. Does catch a Stalker. He was hoping for a little bit more. He was hoping to catch the entire army. But there's some force fields. Activates Guardian Shield. MaxPax has to buy time. You can wait the SCVs. Force field does turn back some of the army. As MaxPax is hiding back, the Colossus is on the way. No more force fields. And no shield battery. Yeah, no shield battery. Cure, he's breaking through. He takes out the Immortal. He's going for the kill. Yeah, no batteries. MaxPax, remember, he scouted. He didn't recognize what he's seen, though. The Colossus will arrive, but the tanks are within range. Yeah, tanks are within range of the Robo. And Cure, he is doing it. Forces back the main army, kills the Robo. Only 1 Colossus. Tanks are sieging up further within range. And MaxPax is just getting bullied back. He cannot engage, he cannot slow this down. Again, that recall was everything. Because of the recall, MaxPax didn't see the move out, and it looks like MaxPax didn't recognize what he had seen across the map either. Oh, does pick up 2 of the tanks though. 1, 2, 3 tanks. The Zealots around, is it enough? Gasito, oh my god. Takes out all the tanks, but there's still so many Marines left over. Oof. Again, it was a very nice surround at MaxPax. He surrounded well, but he's still down to 5 Stalkers. And Cure has done it. Cure has done it. He broke the natural, now he's broken the 3rd base. We have more tanks coming to reinforce. GG gets called, and Cure ties up the series 1-1. We are going to the ace match. Whew. GG. GG, well played. It does look like MaxPax, even though he saw the Raxes, he didn't confirm the lack of add-ons. He didn't confirm the 3rd Rax, more importantly, behind the mineral line as well. It's all 3 extra Raxes. So MaxPax, based on his vision, he should have had an idea that something was wrong, but he wasn't able to confirm, especially because of that recall. Like, that recall was everything. It made sure that MaxPax didn't see the move out, didn't see the push. More importantly, it also made sure that Cure was able to move out without being slowed down, right? There was no Stalkers picking away at the army ahead of time and forcing early sieges and scouting the SCVs and picking up SCVs as well. That did not happen. GG. GG, well played. Whew. And now we're getting into the ace match. Game 3. Going to be loading into White Rabbit. And spawning in the top right-hand corner of White Rabbits, we have the Danish Protoss player. We have the red Protoss for Storm Gaming. It is MaxPax. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Terran player. We have the South Korean Terran representing Team Liquid. It is Cure. We go. So we're getting into the ace match. Usually Max will pick off 4th of your army before you arrive at the base. Yeah, I mean, usually any Protoss, right? Like the purpose there for the Protoss players to slow down the push, not just that, but just to pick away at the army, slow it down, and give you time to warp in and give you time to get shield batteries up and running as well. But MaxPax had no foresight, right? He had no preparation for the all-in, didn't confirm it, didn't see it. The MVP drop across the map, forcing the recall. Set up Cure for success. And now for the first time this series, double gas. Oh, okay. Double gas open out of Cure. Cure for the first time is going for a later expansion, going for a faster factory. Leads into a faster starport and faster tech. So more tech heavy start here to Cure. From here, you can go into Reactor Reaper Hellion. You can go for a Hellion drop, go for early Cyclones, Committed Mine drop, Banshee play. We'll see where he takes us. As the probe did scan the factory, so he knows. And MaxPax is aware. He's aware of the opener. And should opt to play safe. Behind this, it is going to be a Twilight Council open out of MaxPax. We'll see if he even goes into something like a 4-gate setup. Wouldn't be a bad map for it, to be honest. Wouldn't be bad. As there's that 1-1-1. Catching the Adept. Behind this is no reactor on the initial buildings. Reactor now on the way, but it should be for an add-on swap. As we've built up some Reaper Hellion, the goal here should be for map control and economic damage. Unfortunately, the Hellion took the main brunt of the damage from the Adept. That is going to slow Cure down. Ooh, going for a second Rax. Okay. Have our attention. Faster second Rax. We could see a faster add-on swap here into earlier stim. They break through. They go for the middle line. Get one. 1, 2, 3 probes going to be going down. Nice economic damage here by Cure. Gets 3 workers. At the same time, Hellions, they dive into the natural. Shield battery is helping. When the Reapers are shut down. Oh my god. The probes are lining up. Yeah, the probes line up, and that's going to be 7 probe kills. Ay, ay, ay. 7 probes go down. That is critical damage this early on here for what? For 3 Reapers and 1 Hellion. So nice damage by Cure. And following this up with his own with a Mind Drop. So Reaper Hellion into Mind Drop. Got all the tech labs on the way. As that was the final Hellion. We see MaxPax going into the same build he's gone for every game so far. 3-gate blink, 3-gate blink into his prism, into his move out across the map. So MaxPax, he will counterattack. Secure boost in. Into the main, he won't find much damage. He's trying to keep MaxPax busy. Shouldn't get much done. They're losing both Widow Mines. No damage, nice blinks. And Cure is setting up. And again, at least this does delay the Stalkers and even forces some supply to be stuck back at home. As MaxPax wants to be assertive, he wants to be aggressive. Wants to be in your face. It dives into the mineral line. Behind the gas geyser. It does deny the gas geyser, but nothing much else. Doesn't get much more damage. Behind this time going into Storm and not Colossus. Storm is on the way. Setting up. From here, I was curious to see if he throws out more Raxes. The answer is no, third CC. Cure is getting a third command center here in the main base. It's a little bit further back, but Cure, he is macroing off from here, getting into the mid game. He's not going for an all-in this time. So no all-in out of Cure. MaxPax started getting his third. Third base is finishing up. And for the first time, we can enter the mid-game. Head into the mid-game. Oh, we can see Cure trying to come in from behind. We'll see if he can collapse on those Stalkers. As he's hunting them down. Uh-oh. Speaking of, there's a stim. Oh, blink is available. MaxPax does get away. And does pull out. He pulls out. As he pulls out, we do see the prism moving in. Cure, he's pretty committed with this move out, actually. Surprisingly so. He's pretty committed. The Zealots take it into the natural. We can get the warp in into the main. Again, the map is so large. The rush distance is so long. Cure's coming. Oh, we lose 7 SCVs. That one's out in the main. No! He's popping off. Cure's pushing in. There's no fourth to shut down. This army hasn't achieved anything yet. And remember, Storm is ready. Storm is ready for Cure. He scans. He sees a High Templar. Cure has to pull away, dropping into the main. Base out of Storm. Base out one, the other does land. Oof. Starting back the army. The Zealous is still in the main base. Prism finally goes down. But Curie, he isn't really achieving anything with this army. I mean, he's denying the 4th base, I suppose, or at least forcing it to be expanded elsewhere. Lose medevac. Oh, nice trade against the Stalkers. Zealous coming in from behind. He goes to the tanks. No, he gets 1, he gets 2, just as they unsiege. 2 tanks go down. And MaxPax, he's hurting. Sorry, Cure is hurting. He's racing back. Getting his 3rd base, trying to at least, but the Zealot is here to stop him. Not like this, you don't like this. As again, we're still holding on to so many storms. There's 6 Templar, they're all full of energy. Storm comes in, lands on the tanks. You have another storm behind this as well. Plenty, actually. You have storms for days. The 3rd base is denied. This time it shouldn't be killed. There's just not enough anti-air. Oh, nice EMP. Very nice EMP. Yeah, Max actually clumped up his High Templar. Cure can take the fight. He can do this. He can do this, and he will. Yeah, massive overextension again. MaxPax did miss control. He clumped up his entire army. And he will lose everything. The Immortals, the High Templar. The Archons as well. So Cure takes the supply lead. Just better fight for Cure. As he's also being so annoying. And by annoying, I mean they get 11 kills. Jesus. 11 SCVs. 11 SCVs go down. Cure, he's looking for the 4th base. Again, Cure has momentum. Zealous at buying time. And these, again, like Cure has a massive supply lead right now, but these Zealots are keeping him back. Zealot run buys. Keeping him pinned. MaxPax is getting his 4th base up and running. Honestly, he could not defend his 4th base if Cure pushed with everything, but as time goes on, now we have shield batteries on the way, cannons on the way, another Colossus about to pop out as well. Cure, he knows the window is closing. Another Zealot run by. Storm zones. Zone away. We have some okay EMPs, but more storms do zone away. We have more High Templar coming in, and this time MaxPax is not clumped. This time he's not clumped up. Very nice storms. So I'll say delayed reinforcements. It did delay. We have 2 more storms coming in. Oof. Storms, they graze the army. Colossus, they clean up, and MaxPax, he will take the fight. He completely shuts this down. And again, Cure, he had a window. He had a window earlier, but he was so delayed with his counterattack. The Zealot Rambites were just so annoying, just keeping him busy. MaxPax, he survives. Doesn't just survive, he wins the fight. Cure's got to get out of there. And Cure pulls away. And GG gets called. Cure gets zoned away from his own natural, and MaxPax will take the series 2-1, advancing on to the grand finals. GG. Ay, ay, ay. GG, well played. Again, herO, he had such a strong moment in this game. He was in such a good position when MaxPax overextended, when he clumped up his army, when he got EMP'd, when he lost everything. herO, he was up 30, 40 army supply, but the Zealot run-bys were just so annoying there. herO, he just couldn't move out. He tried so desperately, but every single time he was punished. He was losing so many SCVs. He was stuck at home, and by the time he moved out, MaxPax was able to saturate his third base, get his cannons, his shield batteries, extra Colossus. GG. GG, well played. MaxPax, he bought enough time. I mean, partly to MaxPax buying time, but also the size of the map, right? The map is huge. We spoke about this previously. We bring this up every now and then, but the map pool here this season is just full of large maps, whether it's White Rabbits, whether it's Celestial Enclave, whether it's Title Citadel, whether it's the Old Republic. So because of that, it takes even longer to counterattack, to move out, to try to push, and that gives MaxPax more time to recover. GG. GG, well played. With that, MaxPax will advance on to the grand finals, and we have one series left here tonight. We have one series left. Una más, papi, una más. It's going to be a best of five. Best of five between MaxPax and his Protoss opponents. It's going to be best of five between MaxPax and herO. Let's go. Un momento. Un momento, papi. Beautiful. It is going to be that best of five. Oh, let's go. And also, este baby links. It's catching up. As if he needs to union up, they need worker protection. Oh no, oh no. The poor boys. Oh. Yes, we have our first series. We have our best of five. MaxPax and herO are going to be facing off. Now, when it comes to this finals, when it comes to this best of five, herO and MaxPax, they often trade. They often go blow for blow here. They often go back and forth. herO, I would say, has the edge over MaxPax, but we often see them trade series regardless here. So this could still go either way. Let's go. I'm ready for it. Spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Winter Madness, we have the Danish Protoss player. We have the red Protoss for System Gaming. It is MaxPax. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss for T1. It is herO. Here we go. Because we are going to be opening up. Now, when it comes to recent PvPs and recent play for MaxPax, we have seen that MaxPax, he's reverted back to his previous self. He has devolved into going for a Gate, Cyber, Stargate, Expand. Previously, over, like, I want to say a month ago at this point, MaxPax, he was spreading his wings, he was diversifying, he had more varied play, he was cheesing, he was proxying, he was going for 2 gate openers. It was beautiful, and MaxPax was finding a lot of success with that. But in recent weeks, he has gone back to his tried and true Gate, Cyber into Stargate. Has gone back to it. As a result, he has been more predictable in his play, and he has been struggling that much more against players like Showtime, herO, and Classic. As herO is setting up for the proxy for the one base all in, we'll see how MaxPax will scout, if at all. There's a pylon, there's a proxy. Now, MaxPax, he knows, looking at the probe here, he is aware that a pylon is missing, so MaxPax is aware that something is wrong, something is amiss. Is it real? Is it fake? It's up to MaxPax to confirm. Meanwhile, MaxPax back at home, he should be going for the Stargate before expanding. Thankfully, is getting a Zealot. His Zealot is on the way. MaxPax needs a rare candy. He needs a Thunderstone. I don't. As here we go. The gateway has been thrown down. We do see that MaxPax is looking. He's looking for the proxy. He's scouting on the left, and he will find this almost immediately. So, oh, he just realized. Okay, there we go. There we go. Does re-rally back to the center, and he will find the gateway. Stargate's already on the way. From here, MaxPax may even choose to skip his Oracle and go straight Void Ray. We'll see how much danger he feels like he's in. But nice scout on the proxy. Nice scouts. Here he's rallying out to try to save it. Here he's rallying. The pylon will go down. This will delay herO. And herO forced to cancel. Ay, brutal cancellation. herO gets supply blocked as well, losing the pylon, and hero's in a very rough position. We do see a pylon in the main base of MaxPax. He scouts the pylon as well. MaxPax sees everything, and this is all just falling apart for herO. herO does have some stalkers, but he cannot reinforce, not the way that he wanted to. So here MaxPax is looking very comfortable. He's throwing down more shield batteries. His oracle's moving out. And hero's in a rough position. Now he will take over the low ground at least. Does snipe the battery. Battery goes down. The oracle's making its way across the map. herO, he's actually still gaining ground here, surprisingly so, even without the proxy. Este herO. I mean, again, this should be stronger with the gateway up and running. Should be hitting harder. Warp gate is going to be denied. Massive pickup. Delays warp gate. Oracle gets in. There are stalkers back in the defend. Here he's ready. Ooh, he will lose a stalker. We'll lose one. We'll lose a stalker, but now we have 2 void rays in the main base, and again herO just doesn't have the momentum that he otherwise would need. Again, if the pylon was here, he'd be up 3 extra stalkers and he could even kill the natural, but now he can't stick around. He cannot stick around. He doesn't want to lose his army, so this is still a really awkward position for herO. Could have been better, could have been a stronger position here. Oh, nice catch in the oracle. MaxPax does have some miscontrol. As miscontrol does throw the oracle away. Blink is on the horizon. The Revelation did get eyes on the Blink on the Twilight Council. MaxPax knows. And all that MaxPax needs are immortals. So we have the Robo on the way for immortal production. Extra gateways as well. Warp gate is now done. And MaxPax still has his natural base. So the longer this game goes on, the better it is for MaxPax. Meanwhile, herO, he's on a timer. He's on a timer. herO, he's admitted he cannot kill MaxPax, so he's going to his own natural base. And that may be true, but he still has to find some damage here. He can't just let MaxPax macro. As here he tries to deny the scouts, he fails to do so. Basically, herO was hoping he could try to fake a one-base all-in and try to force an overreaction, but the hallucination will get across the map. And he gets across, he confirms there's a base. So now MaxPax doesn't need to throw down any more shield batteries. He can get his own Twilight Council, focus on probing. Now, herO does have potential here with his sentries. He could try to blink into the main base. He could try to force field the ramp. There is some potential. Oh, breaks in. Breaks in, pulls away. So far here he does get some nice force fields. He's got a bit of concave as well, but now we have a second immortal. Oof. Yeah, he goes to the dive. He gets 1 void ray. Bleeds out, what, 3, 4 stalkers in the process? Oh, God. Yeah, here he gets punished. He gets punished for the blink. He's lost his main army. He's lost his momentum. And now as the game goes on, it's getting easier and easier here for MaxPax. herO dives in. He gets a sentry, gets an immortal, but there's still 2 immortals remaining. And now here he's down to his last legs, his final army. Now he still has a base behind this, so he can still try to macro out of this himself. But he cannot fight head on. Now as he lures out the army, he's going for the backstab. Adepts are coming in from behind. They can hit the mineral line. herO shading in. He has potential. Oh. Let's catch a Void Ray. Jesus. Does try to at least set up a shade into the main. Probes are going to go down. Getting a handful. Shading back down to the low ground. 5, 6, 7 probe kills, not bad. Here's the recall back home. And there are still more adepts left out. Jesus. There's still more adepts. Here, he's in this. He's still in this game. Oh, he was getting ready for a base trade, getting ready for a counterattack. He cancels all the shield batteries. MaxPax, he cancels glaives, going into blink himself. You're breaking in. Need 2 more probes. Once again, hero's just keeping MaxPax busy behind this. We have a Dark Shrine on the way for MaxPax. Hero's getting his own third. Here he's trying to macro out of this and build up. He's almost there. Gasito, papi. Oof. Say that. MaxPax does get into the main. 6 more probes go down. Here he turns back his main army. Ooh, turns everything around actually. Turns around to defend. This allows MaxPax to expand. And quickly checking here his vision, he did not scout the main. Yeah, didn't check the main base, is not aware of the Dark Shrine. Doesn't know what's coming his way. Thankfully, Hero does have an Observer. Observer does pop out. He has detection. MaxPax ready for the Dark Templar. So chat, first time seeing a Protoss get Void Rays. If you don't watch much pro StarCraft, it is very common to see Void Rays in PvP specifically. From the side of MaxPax. Just because of his opener, he is known for going for Stargate openers in PvP, so you do need Void Rays if you want to defend against all-ins. And Hero did attempt to all-in at the start of the game. So Void Rays are quite common, specifically in MaxPax PvP. Have been for years. As the DTs to distract, MaxPax moves in, he's going for the third base, Hero's out of position, and even then he only has massive depth. He cannot fight head on. He cannot fight head on. One army's not quite like the other. The supply is lying back. Oh, but he's going to commit. He's going for the Immortals. He gets one. Gets one Immortal. He's going to lose all the Stalkers. Jesus. Stalkers are going down. MaxPax will shade away. He'll blink away. He pulls out. Behind this maintains a better economy. Does kite back. And here he's stuck on a very gateway heavy composition here. Just adepts, just stalkers. Again, this does not scale well into a longer game. Hero's in trouble. Gotta make a decision. Do we send it? Do we take up? MaxPax still poking at the same time. We do see DTs once again into the natural. Yeah, Hero getting pulled apart. But again, he's just been playing from behind. He's just been playing with a subpar army. Stalkers, they collapse in. Boys are being pulled. herO getting desperate. DTs are still in the main. They're still in the bases. And herO is broken. Trying to pull the boys. Doing what he can. At the same time, he's trying to harass across the map as well. But as we mentioned before, adepts, they do not fight well head on. They're being cleaned up by the stalkers. And GG gets called. GG gets called. MaxPax will take a lead in the series. He will take game number 1. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Again, herO, he did put so much on the line going for the initial proxy, and unfortunately he got scouted immediately. He was scouted, he was shut down. With that, herO, he was playing from behind. He did have some nice moments like harassing and getting some economic damage, but he never really had any kind of momentum going his way tech-wise either. He was just stuck with stalkers, stuck with adepts. He was able to build up his third base, but in a head-on fight, he couldn't really take it. Couldn't really fight head-on. GG, well played. The DTs was a nice move there from MaxPax just to distract, just to pull herO's army apart and allow MaxPax to break the third. And with that, we're getting into game number 2. We're loading into game 2 here. It's going to be on Tourmaline. Tourmaline is a much more aggressive map of the map pool, shorter rush distance by ground. Because of this, you don't need a proxy to one base all in. You can all in from back at home. That is what we're expecting. As spawning in the top right-hand corner of Tourmaline, we have the Danish Protoss player. We have the red Protoss leading the series 1-0. It is MaxPax. The Psy Storm Gaming. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss for T1. It is herO. Here we go. And again, last game, it all came down to the initial proxy, to the delayed all-in from herO. MaxPax had so much more time, so much more breathing room to just build up, to stabilize, and to be able to get into this more superior composition of Immortals, of Stalkers. Again, herO did an impressive job at making a game out of it and recovering economically, at least somewhat, but not enough. It's not enough in the end. Crazy knew to cancel Glaives in there. He only saw 3 adepts from herO. He did cancel Glaives going into Blink. That is true. I would imagine that was a little bit more regarding kind of like the game state slowing down. Going into Glaives would have been more of like an all-in move out of MaxPax, if you recall. Here we go. Hello, herO. As once again the probe's out on the map, and we are a little bit further out this time. We're a little bit more further out from herO. Is this specified the finals? Yes, this is the grand finals. That's why it's a best of 5. There are some tournaments that have best of 5s in the semis. Specifically, that is Pegasus Cup. If you're familiar with Pegasus Cup, that is a tournament where they have best of 5 semifinals. But outside of that, the Open Cups and the weeklies have best of 3 semis. So Pegasus Cup is the exception to the rule. The exception. Proxy Robo. Proxy Robo 1 base all in at a herO. He's gonna commit. Once again, MaxPax, he is aware that a pylon is missing. So MaxPax, he's on the hunt. He fans out his probes. We have 1 probe on the left, 1 probe on the right. And MaxPax, it looks like he will find the proxy. Just barely does scout the robo. Is aware. Behind this, wait, sorry, my apologies. I glossed over this 2-gate. Let's go. he went for a 2-gate opener. My herO 2-gate opener into a robo. MaxPax did not open up with his own gate cyber this time. Okay. herO, he did probe scout. herO's aware. He committed, but alas, his pylon should be shut down. Sorry, I glossed over it. I was on autopilot for MaxPax. But no, for the first time in a long time, went for a 2-gate opener. He will kill the pylon. Pylon is going to be shut down. Ooh, big delay here on the Immortal. And did I say delay? It's not gonna get up. It's not gonna happen. Yeah, second cancellation. That might just be game, by the way. That might just be it. Like, oh my god. The robo is non-existent. The Immortal cannot pop out. And MaxPax has a massive lead, a massive advantage. He has his own Prism on the way, third gateway as well. Trades with the Stalkers. Does trade with the Stalkers here, and with that, MaxPax, he will just dominate that road where he dominates the main of the map. Here he has nothing else back at home. And what else can he do? What can he do, Pat? He's trying to counterattack, trying to get into the main. Here is being active. Behind this, going for a very late Stargate. I mean, we'll see if he can get there. The problem is that MaxPax isn't going to take this line down. He's got his Prism, he's moving out. MaxPax is counterattacking, he's rallying everything he can. He's moving out across the map. Meanwhile, big shout out to Cosmos in the chat. Amiga, obrigado. Fala galera, este Cosmos. Gracias, papi, gracias. Thank you so much for the raid. Hope you had a great stream. Hope you had a great ladder session. Hope you had a great time. Bienvenidos, bienvenidos. Welcome to all. We are covering the grand finals of the WardiTV Monday. Best of five between MaxPax and herO. herO attempted to proxy Robo, but MaxPax went 2 gates. MaxPax will shut down the natural, will overwhelm, and herO, barely has anything left here. The shield battery will help, but alas, he should be overwhelmed. Nice control of the MaxPax. Micro's back. Does pull back, does pull away. Oof. Yeah, picking up more Stalkers. Boys are being pulled. herO getting desperate. But MaxPax just has to focus on those Stalkers again. 1 Stalker left. Oof. Down to 1. Down to 0. GG gets called. MaxPax, he will extend his lead 2-0. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Again, just a really unfortunate setup there from herO. A big shout out to MaxPax for breaking the norm, breaking his own kind of mold here and going for a 2-gate opener, which is a lot rarer nowadays for MaxPax. I did mention that a month ago he was doing nothing but 2-gate openers. It was really exciting, it was really fun to see, and then he stopped. But I do appreciate that he mixed it into this series, especially on Tourmaline. Here went for the 2-gate opener. He was able to scout the proxy and shut it down with his double Stalker. GG. GG, well played. Did shut it down. Oh. As we are getting into the rest of our series. Now, unfortunately, it looks like maybe Wardy was unable to, maybe was left out of the game. That's what it looks like, or maybe he lagged out. But it looks like game 3 is missing, unfortunately. But herO did take it. herO did take game number 3. So I do apologize that we weren't able to see that game. But it looks like Wardy doesn't have that match. So he was not able to provide it. So we're going to be following our players into game number 4. Going to be loading into White Rabbit instead. With the series continuing with us loading into that 4th game. Let's go. Let us go. Going to be loading into White Rabbits. Again, the scoreline is 2-1 in favor of MaxPax. Again, we did miss out on game 3 as Wardy did not have the match available. So I do apologize, as Wardy did provide the replays. But missing a game. And here we go, spawning in the bottom hand corner of White Rabbits. We have the red Protoss player, the red Protoss. We have the Danish Protoss representing Samsung Gaming. It is MaxPax. And spawning in the top right hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Protoss player, the blue Protoss representing T1. It is herO. Here we go. We're loading into our 4th game. And we'll see if MaxPax does mix it up. So I do apologize for missing it in the last game, but I will try to stay on top of whether or not he does go for a 2-gate opener. I was just assuming he wouldn't, but we'll keep a better eye on that. As he has already mixed it up at least once in this series. Just mixed it up. Speaking of a 2-gate opener out of herO, meanwhile, single gateway out of MaxPax. So we saw that one time a 2-gate opener on Tourmaline, but here we're going for something more standard, or I say standard, we're going for something more standard for MaxPax, going gate into Cybercore into Stargate. Welcome to White Rabbits. White Rabbit is a very large map in the map pool, and herO, he's going for what looks to be a fake proxy pylon. The pylon's going to be thrown down on his own side of the map, trying to force an overreaction out of MaxPax. Hola, hermano, aquí llegando, padre. Tarde, pero a tiempo. Abrazo a distancia. Abrazo, papi, abrazo. Much love, papi, much love. Este máximo, papi, este máximo. Pero gracias, gracias. Hope you've been doing well. For now, it is going to be double adept opener out of herO. Meanwhile, MaxPax back at home, going for his own Stargate opener. Does go for Stargate. herO going for his own Stargate back at home. Bearing in mind that herO can assume what MaxPax is up to. MaxPax has yet to confirm and yet to scout what is going on. So herO could even blind counter with a Phoenix. Okay. So Phoenixes are going to be an option here for herO. MaxPax pokes in. And he will knock it into the main. Nice block. Nice block out of herO. Yeah, there it is. We do have the Phoenix on the way. So again, this is meant to hard counter. Again, MaxPax, he's a very predictable player, so herO is going to try to shut him down and get on top of that first Oracle. Oracle moves out, and MaxPax, remember, he's in the dark. He doesn't know what's going on. He doesn't know that a Phoenix is on the way. So MaxPax is not aware. Adepts say recall back home. MaxPax moves out across the map towards the natural, and we'll see if herO can catch it. Okay. As the Oracle pokes in, force the recall, and the Oracle will get away. Taking a little bit of hull damage. So far, so good. herO has eyes on the Oracle. He wants it. As Phoenixes are racing across the map. MaxPax has to be careful. Pulls back the Oracle, getting into his own Phoenixes. So far, we have 2 and 2. And MaxPax does have ground support, so he has to be careful. Oh! herO does shoot first. Slightly better trade for herO, slightly. And he's switching into a ground army, into his robo. So he's going for the ground switch. Once again, he does catch the Oracle. This time there's no recall. Yeah, no recall. The Oracle might not get a probe kill. Nice cleanup here from herO. Shuts down the Oracle. More Phoenixes are moving out. And again, the Revelation fails to scout the robo. So MaxPax doesn't know if there's a second Stargate. There could be a second Stargate and more Phoenixes. Oh, never mind. The robo wasn't scattered, by the way, but he cancels anyway, going for a Twilight Council, going for a Blink Stalker transition. But it's going to be late. It's going to be delayed Twilight Council, delayed Blink because of the cancel. Ay, ay, ay. herO looking for a way in. So he does defend back at home. Defense, he sets up. Again, Blink is on the way. MaxPax is not too far behind with his own Blink timing. Also about to begin. Getting only behind by a couple of seconds. There's a chrono. And the game is slowing down. There's been some pros and cons here, like herO, he shut down the Oracle, he did gain map control, he was able to hide his build. That is true, but at the same time, both players are on 2 bases, we have similar economies. We'll see who's the first to expand. Who was the first to take a third? herO setting up a proxy. MaxPax did scout, he is aware. He's aware of the pylon. Is aware. MaxPax going to be the first to expand. Here comes a third base. hero's banking resources. And MaxPax confirms this. More gates. More gates are being thrown down. hero's warping in. And here, if he wanted to expand, he would have by now. He's going for a 2-base all in. Yeah, 2-base all in, but the proxy gets found. Ay, ay, ay. Remember, the proxy gateway has been found. Here, he is not expanding. He wants to end the game here and now. And for the most part, MaxPax is aware. Remember, he just saw the lack of third, and of course, he scouted the proxy. So MaxPax has all the information he needs. He's throwing down shield battery, stasis traps. MaxPax is getting ready. What do we have to work with? Comparable armies. Here has more stalkers. MaxPax does have the sentry. Ooh, stasis goes up. Ay, ay, ay. 4 stalkers get caught out. Yeah, brutal stasis trap, but here, does he still have enough? He's going to be losing the Feast War. All his Phoenixes go down. Hero's being forced back. Phoenix is there buying time. But here, I believe he still maintains a much higher stalker count. Yeah, stasis runs out, and here, does he get the surround? Does he have enough? He still needs more reinforcements. And MaxPax holds. Yeah, MaxPax, he holds, he shuts us down. If it wasn't for the stasis trap, that could have been enough. Ay, ay, ay. Again, the stasis trap was brutal. Here he gets shut down. Links forward. Does have the higher stalker count. Wins on the ground. MaxPax overextends. Did overextend, but remember, MaxPax, he has a third. His third base is fully operational. He has the greater economy that translates into now a larger army. Here, late to expand. And here's in trouble. Here's in danger. Not again. Not again! No! Stasis goes up. Ay, ay, ay. Stasis delays. There's a recall. Hero has to get the hell out of here. He still bleeds down more stalkers. At the same time, the Oracle busts into the natural. 10 more probes going down. Brutal damage. Hero's being chased. And the longer this goes on, the worse it's going to be for Hero. As MaxPax is taking up. We have +1 on the way. We have charge on the way. MaxPax building up into a greater composition, into a stronger mid-game. And once he gets there, it's going to be brutal. Now, how does Hero recover? There are a couple of ways. One is to try to outposition your opponents and catch them off guard with Adept Harass with Blink Stalker control and Blink Stalker movement. Another way is Dark Templar. True, DTs can pop off and they can wreak havoc. We saw them in favor of MaxPax earlier in the series. Adepts are trying to harass, but they get caught out. Oof. Again, Hero is trying to get across the map, and the main army does get across. Straight to the natural. Gets a couple of pylons. MaxPax races back home. He does race back. Here it takes a decent fight initially, but oh god, forced to recall. Bleeds out so many more stalkers. Ay, ay, ay. Still losing even more. This was not worth it. MaxPax is getting a 4th base, getting further ahead. And there's a lot of riding on these adepts. Meanwhile, went ahead. Dark Shrine. True. But I mean, it's what MaxPax is known for. He's known for DTs, especially in PvP, so why not? Dark Shrine is on the way. Does MaxPax need it? Nope, but may as well. May as well. May as well. It's a kill, not a cancel. Kills the 4th base. The robo collapsing on the immortal, and here he's just desperate. He's pulling the boys. The final fight here of the game. Here trying to hold on, and did make a series out of this. Unfortunately, we didn't get to see it. Unfortunately, but it's going to cost him every single worker here. Yeah, 26 probe kills. The Oracle gets across the map, finding more damage. herO doing what he can, and hey, he will survive the push. He will survive just a little bit longer, but GG gets called, and MaxPax he overwhelms. He will take the series 3-1, becoming this week's WardiTV Monday champion. GG. Whew. GG, well played. MaxPax will claim the series. Again, MaxPax, it all came down to his vision. It came down to his scouting. Time and time again, MaxPax, he was able to find the proxies, find the all-ins. Here in game 4, I would say we had a closer back and forth, right? If you remember, herO, he successfully hit his Stargate. He successfully caught the Oracle. Like, herO had a decent start to the game, but unfortunately, herO's proxy gateway got seen. And not just that, but his lack of third base. Remember, those are moments that we saw the probe scout out of MaxPax dip in. He saw the lack of expansion, and it screamed 2-base all in alongside the proxy gateway as well. So MaxPax, he saw both things. He saw both both factors leading into an all in, and he got ready. Stasis traps, shield batteries, extra warp ins, and with that, MaxPax, he was ready for the all in. GG. GG, well played. So very impressive play there by MaxPax. As we mentioned previously here, MaxPax and herO, they often do trade back and forth in series. Last time they faced off, herO did defeat MaxPax. Now MaxPax defeats herO. It's very common that they do trade back and forth. I still do generally favor herO against MaxPax, but what I love is that MaxPax mixed it up on Tourmaline. Remember, on Tourmaline, MaxPax did go for a 2-gate opener. He went for a 2-gate opener as opposed to gate Cyber into Stargate for the first time in weeks. So thank God. For the first time in weeks, we saw MaxPax mix it up and go 2-gate on Tourmaline. I do appreciate that. With that, he was able to catch herO with his pants down and catch him off guard. herO, he was going for a blind proxy into a 2-gate opener, which is that much weaker. So again, herO, he was just making an assumption about MaxPax, and I did assume incorrectly. GG. GG. With that, congratulations, and with that, we are going to be wrapping up with our morning broadcast. Again, we were able to feature quite a lot of players here, like Lambo, Harstem, Cure, of course, earlier as well, Reynor. We weren't able to follow Reynor into the quarterfinals, unfortunately, but still able to feature them, and really do appreciate that we got to see a little bit more variety here with Reynor and Lambo also competing. Didn't make it to the semis, but still did compete, still did represent their races earlier in the bracket. GG. GG, well played. And with that, we should be returning here with more WardiTV Monday next week. When it comes to the rest of our schedule, bam, you can see our schedule ahead of you here. We are live every single day, as always here. Plenty of StarCraft, plenty of content. We have StarCraft Evolution tomorrow on Friday, and we have the KSL on Saturday. So the Korean StarCraft League is going to be over the weekend. We have Sparkling Tunic Cup on Sunday. We have Sea Duckling Open as well. We have plenty of content, plenty of StarCraft. As you can see, we are live at least once a day, every single day, sometimes twice a day, like on Saturday and like today as well. For those who are curious, our next broadcast is going to be in around 6 hours. In 6 hours time, we're going to be live with the Pondcast. The Pondcast is our weekly talk show where we talk all things StarCraft. I think we're the only current talk show out there. Feels bad, man. But when it comes to our news this week, what do we have to talk about? We have the Wyra, I believe his crowdfunding did conclude. For those who don't know, Wyra, he has been crowdfunding a book. I believe it's already written, but he is looking to get it published and released. So big shout out to Wyra, as that has been funded, and we will be discussing that and discussing the implications of that as well. Likewise, we have Home Story Cup number 28 has been announced, confirmed when it comes to its dates. So we do have a lot to discuss regarding the recent announcements. Bell and Gem Star Zagora 2026, the new ladder map pool Overlord Tower guide as well, and of course all the recent tournament results. I will say that this week is a little bit lighter in regards to news. Last week we had the So interview, we had the Tastosis Esports Award, we had the news regarding fantasy, we had the Serral EWC game analysis. There was a little bit more going on last week. This week is a little bit leaner in regards to news, so it should be a bit of a shorter podcast this week, but still plenty of tournament results to actually get into. A lot of results, a lot to discuss, so we'll get there. And again, that's going to be in 6 hours. 6 hours time, we will get there. Otherwise, thanks for watching. Thanks so much for the support. Thank you for tuning in. Hope you appreciate it. Hope you enjoyed it. When it comes to the CranKy Ducklings, you can follow us. You can follow us on all the socials, !socials in the chat, and it'll give you a link to our Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, Discord, all things CranKy Ducklings. We do live stream on YouTube at the same time, and we upload to YouTube on a daily basis. Again, we've been casting live every day for the past 5 years, baby. All the content, all the StarCraft, it's all there on YouTube. If you missed it, it's all there available to you at your fingertips, papi. It's all there. So if, for example, you want to watch Kung Fu Cup, you want to watch Pegasus Cup, the Korean StarCraft League, maybe some StarCraft Evolution, maybe some previous podcasts, maybe some previous SE2 talk shows, then it's all there on YouTube. It's all there, papi. It's all there. Otherwise, thanks for watching. Thank you so much for the support. I most likely will be going live on my personal channel in a couple of hours. I'm probably just gonna get some sleep, gonna get some breakfast, gonna get a nap, and then wake up in time, maybe and stream maybe like a couple of hours before the podcast. So a small cheeky ladder session. Again, we're very rusty, but people will be streaming a little bit. Again, I do not stream here. Here we leave this just for casting, just for StarCraft content. My personal channel is elsewhere. But otherwise, thanks for watching. Thank you so much for the support. You can also support us via Patreon. When it comes to our Patreon does fund all of our tournaments on a regular basis, so you can help us grow our Sparkling Tuna Cup, Sea Duckling Open, and Master Swan Open as well. Thank you so much to all of our current patrons. We currently do earn $619 a month via Patreon, so thank you so much to all our patrons, and you can help us grow our tournaments even further and reach our next stretch goal. Once again, our current goal is to grow the prize pool for Tuna Cup even further and to eventually lead into monthly finals. So thank you so much for all the support on Patreon. Thank you so much. We appreciate it, and we'll see you guys next time. We'll see you guys in 6 hours for the podcast. Until then, ciao, papi, ciao. See you next time. See you later.